10 minutes ago now until we get the US JOLTS job openings. Forecast is for 7.4535 million. Prior was 7.594 million, with a range of 7.65 million to a range of 7 million. US factory orders month-to-month forecast 0.2%, prior minus 1.3%, with a range of 0.7% to minus 1%. US core durable goods revised unchanged from the prior 0.6%, and durable goods revised unchanged from the prior at 0.3%. Nasdaq 100 rises more than 2%, the highest since July 15th. 5 minutes ago now to get the US JOLTS data forecast 7.4535 million, prior 7.594 million. US factory orders month to month forecast 0.2%, prior -1.3%. Core durable goods revised unchanged from the prior 0.6%, and durable goods revised forecast 0.3% unchanged from the prior. One minute ago now, we'll leave you the US JOLTS job openings data. Ten seconds. 7.359 million, 7.359 million lower than the forecast of 7.454 million. Factory orders month on month minus 0.3%, minus 0.3% lower than forecast of 0.2%. Core durable goods revised 0.7% higher than the forecast of 0.6%. Durable goods revised 0.5% higher than the forecast of 0.3%. Seeing prior revision for factory orders, prior revised to minus 1.1% from the original prior of minus 1.3%. Also, JOLTS job openings prior revised to 7.537 million from the original prior 7.94 million. Saudi Arabia tries diplomacy to stop Houthi attacks escalating. Again, Saudi Arabia tries diplomacy to stop Houthi attacks escalating. Also, just keep an eye on oil prices extending losses to hit session lows. Brent last down about 4.7%, WTI down by about 5.4%. Further detail into this, then Saudi Arabia wants to contain a renewed conflict with Houthi militants through behind-the-scenes diplomacy, according to people familiar with the matter, in a bid to prevent clashes with the Iran-backed group hurting its oil industry and economy. The kingdom has held talks with Yemen-based Houthis via Omani mediators and is still preparing military options in case diplomacy fails, according to the people. Just to give some context then on what's already happened, you had Riyadh that conducted limited airstrikes on Houthi positions for 2 straight days in late July, but it is not thought to have done so again as it tries to find a diplomatic resolution with the Islamic organization, which controls most of Yemen's population. US Secretary of State Rubio says there's been progress made in talks with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We have posted out the JOLTS and US factory orders reports on the feed for you to read through. Rubio says nothing is final on Hormuz and hoping agreement will happen very shortly. And Rubio stopped speaking. UK government says Gatwick is open second runway as government wins legal challenge. So just keep an eye out on the sectors then in the S&P 500. Information technology, the strongest, up by 2.87%, and energy, the weakest, being down by 1.65%.
Nasdaq extend gains, last up 2.1%.
Rubio, speaking to reporters now, says Iran and Oman are making progress in talks. We'll see if we can find a video and we'll pop it on the feed for you shortly if we do find one. US stocks extending gain. S&P 500 up 1% now. Also seeing the Nasdaq 100 climbing 2.2%. So just a heads up, Trump on Truth Social just reposting articles about that, just what he said earlier on in the week, that the deal is imminent as Iran talks restart Monday on denuclearization and Hormuz. But again, he's just reposting articles. He's not saying anything new himself, but just a heads up. US is to sell $110 billion of 4-week bills on August 6th to settle on August 11th. DDN collabs with NVIDIA to advance GPU-initiated data access. It's NVIDIA to advance GPU-initiated data access for next-gen AI. NVIDIA's Alpha Mayo 2 Super Open model is now available. Again, NVIDIA says NVIDIA Alpha Mayo 2 Super, the Frontier Open model for robotaxis and autonomous vehicles, is now available for commercial use. According to Press TV in an article about 37 minutes ago, they say Iran-Oman Strait of Hormuz corridor talks enter new phase despite US obstruction, according to informed sources speaking to Press TV. So just in the article, just blaming the US for being obstructionist. We have posted out the Press TV article on the feed for you to read through. Also from the article, they say that progress achieved during this period has been significant and a bilateral Iran-Oman agreement is within reach. So from the article, it did say that the remaining obstacle is the continued obstruction by the US and its regional compasses, according to officials speaking to Press TV. Also adds that should the interference cease, the official noted there is every reason to believe that the two states can finalize an arrangement that serves their mutual interest and upholds the principles of sovereignty and international law. US 52-week bill auction coming through now with a high yield of 3.88%, bid cover of 3.62. The US selling $52 billion of 52-week bills. So the US allots awards at 12.98% of bids at high. Iran weighs allowing Europe to clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Further detail into this here then. Iran is considering allowing European nations to remove mines from the Strait of Hormuz, potential climb down that could form part of a deal to normalize shipping in the waterway and ease peace negotiations with the US. It's in continued movement towards the downside here off the back of that headline. Again, Iran ways allowing Europe to clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So further from this here, then, in public, Iran has repeatedly said it won't allow foreign nations to join demining efforts in the critical point, a transit point for oil and LNG. But in private meetings in recent weeks, Tehran has softened that stance, according to diplomats familiar with the matter. No comments from the Iranians as of yet. Seeing further decline in oil prices extend their losses after report says Iran is considering allowing Europe to clear mines in Strait of Hormuz. Trader is no longer priced 25 basis points of Bank of England rate hikes this year. According to sources, Trump administration is preparing to set price floor and tariffs on imports of polysilicon and derivative products used in chips and solar panels, according to sources.
I'm here, guys. Give me a minute. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Check. Said everybody's gone. Watch this closely here. Just a few more minutes, guys. I got to look at a couple things here before I get on. Check 1, 2. Check. Give me just a few more moments. I got to go through one more piece of paperwork here. I'm opening my. I'll tell you guys, I'm here. Just one quick second here, guys. I had a surgeon appointment yesterday, and it didn't go as I planned. We had I thought it was gonna be like scheduling, and it turned into like what? I don't know. I think at this point, first off, I think I've had more men in my butthole than a gay Republican. Like, I kid you not. They went into me yesterday again, and then I thought I was scheduling a surgery, and now they want me to do more tests. So this morning I was doing scheduling, and the scheduling's all jacked up for the more tests or whatever. And I'm I've never used a doctor, I mean, other than normal stuff ever in my life, and I'm just getting. I guess the smartest person there is the smartest person in the room is typically the doctor, but everybody else maybe not. I was supposed to have an urgent MRI this morning, and that didn't happen. And then so they want me to take another colonoscopy test to make sure that I've got precancerous cells, and they yesterday they found out that the tumor is larger than they thought. They didn't get a clear enough picture of it, and they want to biopsy more of it. And then they couldn't figure out if it had grown through my rectum. So I got a bunch of more tests I got to do before they even go inside and do anything with me. And so, and then they got the wrong hospital for the reference, and then they it's supposed to be like urgent or something. I don't forget what exactly the word they use, but basically urgent. We're going to talk about what's going on this morning too. I don't know if we're at spot evolved just yet. I haven't looked at VIX, but if you remember yesterday, I did the SPX gamma regime, and I showed you the upper end yesterday, which was, I got it here. Hold on. Let's take a look at it right now. So this is the gamma regime map. We're supposed to go up and roll over. And I think I showed you this yesterday, the upside and the downside down here. All this stuff down here. And we can still go higher here into the close, just so you know. We had 7,800. Actually, as a matter of fact, yesterday I said, it's not exact, but it's close enough. But top of the market is right about here. Can actually go higher from here. I'll see if we've hit spot up, vol up yet, or if we're going to blast VIX down. We're supposed to get a truce today of some kind. I don't know if that's already come out or not. I saw it this morning. And sorry about the shirt too. Apologize for the shirt. I got to read this one more thing right here, guys, while I'm here. Let's go back to this one down here. We can go higher. We can actually continue to melt up to like 775 or so. Our 3 is 771. And I'm gonna assume here that there's some kind of a I think the 1230 flows were good here, but if this thing holds, we can easily come up here and smash into 770, get the woodshed, and then attempt to make our way back up to fight for 771. But and I'll show you the gamma this morning. But we went over it yesterday, and I think we talked yesterday about gamma. And in that conversation yesterday, I brought up, do the banks need to reissue their end of year expectations in case of something like this? And we're going to talk about this. There are 2 examples. 2018, the summer of 2018 was the second year of Trump's office. And then there was an example during the bubble in 1990. It was either 96, 97, or 98. And I want to show you guys something else too. Even the bond market is matching that time period. So I'll show you that. I'll show you the bond market stuff. Let me write this down. I gotta get some of this crap out of my way. I've got a bunch of like medical crap I'm doing here. It's like 96, 98, and then 2018. And then I'm going to show you the bond market flashing. You know, you got like the Warsh saying use the bond market to message the Federal Reserve. And after this past 2 weeks or so, it's matching like 1996. So I'll show you that again. Or not again, I don't think I've shown you that. So I'll show you that today. Let me just read this really quick and see what nightmare I'm going to read right now.
Corridor talks enter new phase despite U.S. obstruction.
Surgery or procedure. Here. This is just a survey. That noise. I'm taking no goddamn survey. You suck. Your fucking hospital sucks. Okay, give me a minute here, guys. And now I've been pushed off on my MRI. Now my MRI is like maybe the earliest tomorrow, next day.
Also, Bagai, the spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry, says the talks have so far been assessed as positive at both the technical and political levels, and Iran is working with Oman to develop.
Give me just 1 second. I'll bring some of these charts up for us
to manage shipping traffic.
What do I want to bring up here? I just want something simple. There we go. This works. We're in kind of a similar environment here. We're going to talk about where we are and what you think is going to happen and the pullbacks that you think are going to happen and potentially will not happen. The next thing we're going to look at here is 1990. I don't know. I can't remember if it was 96 or 97. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong one here. Hold on. We can just look at the 2 of these together. I don't really need to set this up, I don't think. Let's go up here and look. And I think I talked about these. I think I talked about this. I posted this on Twitter. While we were consolidating here maybe a month ago. And I gave there were three moments in the 1990s, like 96, 97, 98, where we had this middle of summer consolidation. It was almost a near perfect match here. Almost a near perfect match and we did it all 3 summers of 96, 97, 98. We had 3 different outcomes. One of the outcomes was we broke out and we melted up, and the melt up didn't stop. So this is recurrent, right? So just look at this pattern, this trading pattern here. And the first one I'm going to bring you back to is 2018. This is the second year of Trump's. Second year of Trump's. Where am I on a 4 hour? I probably got to go to a day here. So that'd be an easier way to look at it. We'll go back and look at this. You can just see this right here. We're beginning to melt up from not a distribution, but a flat correction consolidation. We're melting up now. Just look at that right there. We can make this a little bit bigger, just so you can see that pattern right there. And we'll copy one of these patterns and bring it back over, and I'll show you what took place. And you got to remember too that pricing is slightly different in this stuff, of course, right? Pricing was much cheaper back then. We want to look at 2018 and check it out. If you check this one out right here, this is 2018, second year of Trump presidency. And we wound up breaking out on the end of the month. This is right here, July 30th. And what's going to frighten some of you out there if you're a bear is, you see that pattern? Same pattern, right? This is that summer consolidation. And we begin to break out from the prior high right here, right? And we go up a little bit more, and then we dump. But this was all the way over in October. This looks like it's smaller than it actually is. We melted up into October 3rd. And why is October 3rd kind of important? One, midterms, right? Second reason is I think we had a Volmageddon in here. I believe this was Volmageddon, but I could be wrong. Or one of the Volmageddons. And this was from a spot up, vol up, melt up. And we just kept melting and melting and melting. Notice, too, we stayed in trend. I'll put I will put an indicator on here for us, just so you can see what the pullbacks looked like. And we rode that daily trigger all the way up. So you want to be buying any back tests of daily triggers if we do this again, right? Like a repeat of all of this. The next example of this was, the next example like this was the 1990s. And I want to show you that one right now. I can't remember if this was 96. This was June. This is when we dumped in. And then we come in 97. And right here. This is the 97 one. This one's kind of frightening. You want to really scare a bear right now? I'll show you one that's really scary. Now this is June, not quite August, but we melted up. This was the consolidation right here. And we like blast down, come up, we make a new all-time high, we start melting up and up and up and up and up into August 8th. We consolidate in here, but we start melting up like crazy. We actually dump here in October 97. Maybe it was maybe it was 98. Let's check this here. Yeah, this is the one from June of 98 right here. And this is an important one as well. We melted. We did this consolidation in summertime, and then we melted up. Now, this time period, it was only into July, but we did do the melt up. Is the point that I'm trying to make from the consolidation that didn't turn into like a major correction or whatever. So the 1990s bubble is a good example, and then Trump 1.0 is another great example of what took place. So when we come back over here, we start looking at what's going on right here with this consolidation. Even if you're getting pullbacks into OPEX, this thing could grind. Theoretically, this thing could grind for another month, 2, or even 3. into October. Maybe there's a wobble and a pullback on election fears or something like that. And not only that, I'm assuming call sellers were trying to sell 70s. I wouldn't be selling 70s at this point, or even today. You could start maybe trying to sell the 80s as we get closer. Let me get back down in here. And I want to show you guys one more thing here. And we held this into 1230. You see this here? We have a new high in here too. Let's go in here and look at this. So there's a new high in here at 1230. You got the high at 12 and then the high at 1230. So they're going to try to smash this into 770 without a doubt into 1230 here. Let's watch this here. This should be over. This should be at 12 o'clock or 1230, not 12. That's wrong. This is supposed to come up into here and then this is supposed to come back down over here. So it's to 1 p.m. Maybe it's just the time or whatever, moving it to a 1 minute. Now, we're trading 770 right now, and there's a lot of excitement in the markets. If we begin to roll over 7,700, or I think on SPX we're already over it. Yeah, we're at we're at 7,715 right now, and we do a back test or two here, and the dealers will have to continue to chase. So let's go look at this top right here. You can see we're at 7,715 right now. You know, you start back testing all this stuff this hour here at the end, the second half of the day. We're back testing all this, making a new high. We can, believe it or not, bulls can get in here and start buying more calls. You know, dealers can't sell this or delta hedge this if there's still demand with this news of a ceasefire. The war is over. So let's go take a look at. Let's look at this. This is on an hourly basis. Let's go back here and look at. You know, let's go back and look at an hourly candle here. Hold on here. Let's try a 4-hour really quick. Just take a peek at the 4. You can see we're way out of bounds here, right? We're going to snap a white line right here. Hold on here. Make this green right here. Make this one green right here. We're just going to draw these in. We're going to do these ourselves. This is a 4. Do a 4 right here. This all looks right here. And we haven't started. We don't start a. Just look at this really quick. Hold on. You can see we're already basing here. Well, this is, in theory, this is all that needs to be held right here. And we get a new. I'm in the wrong. We'll switch over here. Sorry, I'm giving you guys some more room with that. This is 130 right here. This is going to be critical. So we start a new candle, depending on the charting software you use. And this is going to be a key here, is holding this over the next, during this 4-hour candle. This is going to be important. Just look at this. Let me make this up. If anybody doesn't know how to trade a melt up, it's not as hard as you think it is. People have a hard time with it. It's not that hard. We want to look at this one more time on an hourly basis. Let's just take a look at this. There's another one here at 766 in case we lose it. Let me get a half-back trade going here. Hold on. Let me just measure this really quick. Just going to write half-back on it. right, this should give us what we need. Well, there's the halfback trade right there. Where's 1230? We should still be going up here too, guys. We're not going down. We're gonna melt. Hold on here. 12:30, 1 p.m., 1:30. We'll do a little warning track at 1:30 and 2, depending upon what you're using for a charting. I think that's all we need to see right there. There will be sell flows at 770. I want to make this like a yellow, I guess. We could do this yellow. There we go, fairly easy here. Another note here too, just to show you this, right? Let's go to an hour. See if we can count this together. Let's go like this. There's 777. And then what we're going to do here is I'm going to mute all of this stuff here. Nope, hold on. Oopsie. Hide all. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start to count this stuff up, okay? We just broke this one right here. You see this prior high right here, this all-time high? You would count this as only one. I know that sounds crazy, but do you see? I'm going to draw this in. So this is the prior high. This would be a 1. I mean, you could count this like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or this is 4, and this is 5 right here. Come on here. You could say that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5 right where we are. Let's say we park it at 770. Do a sideways correction, 1, 2, 3. And if we hold this, so this is the bigger thing that bigger thing that I'm trying to impart upon you. So if this is ready, 1, right, 2, 3, right, 4, and then 5, right, 4, then 5, right, 1, 2, 3. If that's the case, and this holds, if this big A holds in here, or even if you get a major correction, 1, 2, 3, which I'm assuming the bears want, but either way, I wouldn't even say either way. The onus here is that we're going to continue to melt. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full legs, right? And if we're breaking this high right here, this introduces a new question, which is, this is now a 1 leg on a larger Elliott wave, right? I know Elliott wavers can be wrong all the time, but the Elliott wavers are going to tell you, at least this is what they're going to tell you is, this is 1, this is 2, this is going to be your bigger leg, that's 800. If you were to measure this and this, if you just, in Elliott wave, you can do just 1, 2, 3. You don't need the 4, 5. So forget the 820 or anything like that, just 800. You could park in here, consolidate, and start melting up again. And it doesn't need to be 4. It could just be 1, 2, 3, and then, we collapse or something at 800. So we talked about this yesterday. Like, do you bring up the 800? Do you say like our target is not 780, it's not 800, maybe it's 820 end of the year? Maybe we get that big correction in the middle of the fall as well. And I want to show you something else here in a minute, but the key point here is you're going to get those questions. Like this stuff here, you're going to get those questions. Whatever that back test is, if that holds, daily trigger comes up, even if it's a wick down or something like that, it starts, like I think I said this yesterday 3 or 4 times. Are we going to crash? Let's rewind a little bit to Wednesday. Like on Wednesday, And that morning, I said, we're setting up, like we're technically doing a crash here. We were flashing a technical crash to 660. And I said, if that's not going to happen, because we're going to position for that, you figure the market is going to position for that. And we were far enough out of trend. Let's look at this again. So when we were down here, let me just get rid of this too for a minute. When we were down here underneath this daily trigger, coming into to month end, that morning I said we're going to find out at 12:30 in the afternoon. And we flashed that we're not going to position for the crash to 660. That happened at 12:30 in the afternoon. It was a very critical moment in the market. I think I posted it on Twitter too. I said, we're going to find out at 12:30 today. And we did. They peaked ahead above, and then we traded it up onto the close, right? And I said, there's a few more things they need to do between now and over the weekend. And I drew a chart for you showing a huge fucking move up into Monday. We got it, right? So the market is telling you the way is higher. That's what it's telling you. Now, if it's telling you that the way is higher in here, and we do this big move up into this area up here, right? And here's your top. There are going to be those out there that are going to tell you, whatever backtest this is over here for that big A, that prior high over here, whatever that is over there, they're going to tell you that, it's 1, 2, 3. And if that holds and puts a new high in the prior high over here, they're going to be looking for a second leg. That second leg will make the first leg look like child's play. And it could melt significantly. Now, we don't know that until we get back test all this stuff, but there will be calls for a melt up potentially into October, September, something like that. And I don't think anybody's positioned for that at all. And don't worry, I'm furious. I had call spreads, all kinds of stupid shit expire on the 31st, but just a heads up to you out there. Now, and I want to show you one more thing here. At some point, let's go back here to a 1 minute here. So we can trade this together and kind of see all this here. Oops, sorry about that. We want to watch this 12:30 stuff up here. We know for sure that you're going to get sell flows up here. As long as we hold this one right here and this halfback trade over here, any of this down here, we have a 5 minute, see this halfback, this 5 minute trigger coming in right here. Like even if we, let's say we come in here, we come up here and try to smash, we get the sell flows on 770. We're coming back down in here. They're still going to try, see a 5 minute right there? They're still going to try to come in here and slam this thing up into the next 4-hour candle. So you let's say we're like smashing in the 70s, coming back down over here, right? And we're now into a new 4-hour candle. They're going to try to put this, get the green candle right here, and they're going to try to build another green candle to go higher into this close, believe it or not, and at least chase that 7,800. And this would be your first high over 7,700. This would be your second high over the 7,700. And then if you have the pullback and that holds, 7,800 comes into question. Outlooks change to 820. And to the end of the year, you'll start seeing these banks at least call for that kind of stuff shortly. I would assume it's going to be in the next week or so. So we'll look at it like this. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with this. We'll look at this like this into here. And then we're going to look for that new, see that right here, this 5 minute? We're going to look for this new candle, maybe just bounce around a little bit. And see if we can start taking this thing up into that 1600 over here. This going over here. And then we're going to put this up right here. This thing kind of goes like this. Kind of just like this here. If that makes any sense. Could even do this one down here if you wanted. I think it might be violent. I have a feeling it's going to be violent down here, but here's your 5 minute. There's your halfback trade. So you get like a little bit of sell signal down here, but you end up coming back up. This is, you would do this one right here. Somewhere in there. And then we could just be grindy down here to push up into the close. And we can even smash this too. There's no reason we can't do this right now. We'll watch it just like this and see how it goes. Now, so far, these flows are bullish, not bearish. We're up. Try to clean that up just a little bit. Now, the other thing I want to show you here is this. I think this is important here. Hold on, I got some MRI shit. I want to show you guys something else here. And I don't know if it's concerning, but I don't want to call it concerning, but let me see which one it is here. Term treasury yields. In a second here. See if I find this chart. That's not it. Hold on here. Yeah, this one right here. Hold on here. You know, we're coming into like, I want to show you, let me see if I can show you this. You keep having like the Moran and Warsh, and you know, Warsh is basically Moran, same thing. But I just find this unique and fascinating. I'll have to look more into this, but I want to show you this. This is the 10-year Treasury yield. And there's a big focus right now on the Treasury, right? A big focus on bond market. And I want to point your attention to this right here. This is 95. Hold on here. This is 1995 right here. Maybe I should draw this back a little bit. The more important part is yields right here. And then I want you to look at, like, this is 2001. This is when the actual crash happened. And yields have been fighting their way back up. So you could theoretically start thinking about, like, where are we in the bubble? And you see yields trying to break above right here. You could kind of just match that and say, we're right about there. And this was the bubble. Like 96 right here, 97, 98, 99. So like you get the squeeze up, and it starts to mimic, you know, something just like that. And the fact that the yields are right where, like, yields are right where the bubble was. The beginning of the, not the beginning, but midway through the bubble, 95, 96. And that brings in this big, huge question of, like, can this fucking bubble go 2 more years, 3 more years? And like, you figure Trump gets out in 2 years, 2.5 years. And the setup here with Warsh is, you know, there's your 10-year yield right there from the mid to late 1990s. Now I haven't looked too deeply into this, and I got to check it against the 30, and I got to look at some other yields, but the setup is here for it. Like, all the pieces are coming into place right now. So just be aware of that as a side note. I have a lot more. I got to go back and look at all this stuff in that time period, but I got to pull the data out for all the different yields. But that 10-year is like setting up. It's like you're looking for the long end. I mean, even myself, like I'm myself, I'm looking for the long end to retard the market. And there's an example right there of it not retarding anything in the 1990s. So, you know what I mean? And the 10-year has been moving. 30-year was moving as well right now. So just keep that in mind right there. If you want to snip that maybe and just maybe ask somebody smarter than me. I'm not a bond guy. I'm going to go ask DC Peacocks about this. He was a bond trader in CME. I'm a bond guy, but I'm not a bond guy like an Andy Constant or something, or any of those guys are DC Peacocks. Like I've never worked in bonds. The closest I've gotten to bonds is like paper bonds when I was a kid. I did a couple laddered bonds in 2022. That's as far as I go with bonds. I don't do tips, any of that kind of stuff. So I normally, like when we tighten, I buy real estate or I buy land, stuff like that. So I'll ask, but at least keep this on your plate. Maybe you just, snip this and send it to your favorite bond boy and see what they think about that, because theoretically this sets up a, maybe you get the correction in the fall. The yields race higher in the fall. You get a big correction from a big, huge high, like 780, 820 or something, or you get it in the springtime, right? And then you get falling yields for the next 2-3 years. So you have like a big shakeout in the springtime, and then it ain't going to matter. We're just going to start melting again. And we've talked about like 10,000, 12,000, 14,000. The setup is here. And to rerun this again, and it hasn't been here. It hasn't been here fucking since 1996. So just be aware of like that 10-year yield going back to the 1990s. If you're watching this show right now, ask anybody, if you know anybody that's really good with bonds, ask them if they see if they have the data on the yields back then for the other long end bonds. And I haven't looked yet, and I want to check it myself. And you know what? Shockingly too, the inverted yield curve is getting healthier right now. So the setup is there, and we know that Warsh is Trump's guy. Like we have to admit that. So this could be the setup from the bond market is not what you think it is, or not what I think it is either. And this doesn't preclude like a major correction or something, but you get the 10-year just ramping, and then you're selling the 10-year for the yield for 3 years, 2 years, 4 years, something like that. And that would like rip up the entire like bubble popping. It would rip up, like, yeah, we can get a crash, 20%, 30% or something like that. We did that in the 90s. We'd come down straight down violently for 6 weeks, like blast straight down, and then we'd straight recover and not enter a bear market. So this is just food for thought for you out there. I was looking at this yesterday. I was like, fuck me, man. We could start melting the next few days. And not only that, like this starts to bring up all kinds of questions. Like the bubble pop gang and all that kind of stuff. And we're still melting right now. We're now trading 770.23, and we've seen no sell flows at 770. None. Everybody's a zombie bull right now. We're now trading 770.23. So in this time period, we did big melt ups, like fucking monster. I would not be shocked at this point to see a melt up into the fall. We're setting up the rest of this bubble right now, and it's just insane to watch. So anyways, take a snip of that, show it to your best friend. This came from Wolf Street. Just a shout out to Richter. And he's got all the charts, I tell you. This guy's got all the fucking charts. And so just be, if you keep them in the back of your Rolodex, I always pull them out and go, wow, that's interesting right now for what's happening in the marketplace. And anyways, let's get rid of this. Clear this thing, I think. Okay, all right, fuck it. We'll just close it. and we're melting straight up right now. There's no backsies here. R3 and noteworthy too, R4 and 5. This is a 1 sigma move. Anything over this is a 2 sigma on the day. So we're coming into our 1 sigma move right now. And I'll tell you what, on any pullbacks, you can use this as a rule here. On any pullbacks from this point forward that do not go below the daily trigger, they hold. We could continue to melt for the next, couple months. So where is the daily trigger today? Like, where's Waldo? I think I have the Where's Waldo shirt on. So where's the daily trigger today? It's pretty far away. You're talking about big moves, right? Daily trigger is at 744. So even if we go down here, even if we historically did the daily trigger, like say we're smashing up here, this is that upper trend, right? We smash up here. Even if we were to jackknife all the way down here, the melt up would still be alive if that holds. I mean, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something. But if you bounce off that daily trigger, the melt up will be alive and can potentially stay alive. I don't know, September, October, and we're only in August. So if you're a bear out there, just be extremely careful. It's not like we can't sell this stuff and like roll this thing over and make money on puts and stuff. But if you're a bear and you're thinking like crash, or if you're thinking like we can't melt up into October, the bubble's going to pop forever. Even the bond market is kind of flashing. Any correction, I don't care if it's a small, major crash. Even the bond market's telling you we'll run this bubble as long as we need to, at least on the long end. So like where we're trying to look at the bond market to like rein the market in, I think the bond market is being. I'm going to make an early posit that the bond market is not setting up to pop the bubble. The bond market is setting up to service a bubble for 2 or 3 years. So just be aware of that as we move forward. Okay. And this is a pretty big drawdown right here too, right? What would this drawdown be? This is trend right here. That's a 3.8% drawdown. And like if you start thinking about money, like money was cheaper then, right? We're trading $100, $200, stuff like that. We're now trading 800. A 3% or 4% drop. I mean, we might need to reclassify what's a pullback. Like to me, that's a pullback. That's a pullback. That's not a correction. And that right there is 3.8. So we might have to start thinking bigger in terms of like, what's a pullback? Like a pullback is 4% now. And then a correction is like 7 to 10. Major correction would then be like 12 to 20, maybe even 30. A crash would be 30 or 40 or maybe even 50. And it would recover just as easily. It would not like in a normal market, if you went down 20, 30, 40, 50%, you'd be in a bear market. Only in the 1990s did we not do that. 1990s, we had like huge drawdowns, and then we would double the next run higher. Like let's say we went down like 20, 30%, we'd double it like 50, 60% 2 or 3 months later. So we've always talked about this bull run and this bubble saying seatbelts, stay long, any big major downs you buy the stock market. I own fucking Tesla. I own fucking Meta. I own like a bunch of tech right now. I was buying tech all last week on these dumps. I own Snap. I own all kinds of stupid shit. And I haven't owned tech in a long time. Only last week did I start adding that shit. So just keep the like food for thought, coffee talk in the background, especially if we do jackknife down like 3 or 4%. If I was a bear, I'd be like, fuck that. We're gonna slap fucking 18% on the board or something, and that just might not happen. It might, and even if it did, it would come straight back up. Like we are setting up the rest of this bubble right now, and we are gonna shut the fuck. What do we say? Defend 730 and 740. We did. We're now trading 7 fucking 80 basically right now, right? talking about going down another 400 fucking points, and we're still clear. Now, we were talking about defending the 730s and 40s, which are down here, right? Yeah, somewhere down in here. Here now, the weekly trigger is coming up on this in the next 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. The door is fucking shut on 740, 730, all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's go back to a 1 minute here and just start taking a look at this, seeing if they're going to try to consolidate this. These are pretty heady numbers, right? Pretty big numbers to wrap your head around, I think. When we start getting up here, it's going to be unusual for people to think about numbers like this. We can still go up here, too. There's 773, 774. We're going to snap another line right here. R3 at 771.02. We are going to be looking for a roll in here for the next 4 hour that starts over here. Here is the line right here, just so you can see it. It can still pop up here. I'm sorry, hold on, wrong one. So we can actually still pop right up in here, bamo, just like that. Put another equal leg, then start coming down over here. But there's big questions here. You're talking about banks coming out and saying it's not. I think all their targets are 780. It's like 820. You should start seeing those come out this week, next week, into end of year. Not even March. You should start even if we don't hit it. Even if we don't hit it till March, you should see like end of year projections start moving up into 820. And the bond market is starting to show. The bond market's starting to show like support of the bubble for multiple years ahead. And not only that, like you get stuff going on in Korea and stuff with the Kospi, and there's still kind of like there's some question about the intervention by the U.S. with Japan and the yen and the unwind and all, potential unwind and all that kind of stuff. We had an Asian financial crisis in 1997. And we're doing something like that right now in Asia. Like the buildup to it is going on right now. And not only that, but the war with Russia, war with Russia and Ukraine, and the Strait of Hormuz kind of ties into that whole narrative. Where you like, even if what you could see is like the dollar rise, you could see all that money come into the U.S. foreign investment. They start blowing up their stock markets. It's like all of this is like walking, talking, sounding, smelling, looking like the bubble is not going to end too soon, boys and girls. And that was the talk, right? And you got to also think about something else here. We consolidated we pushed up into summer for June, sat here for June and July. And you're talking about when does this melt up end? We got to get prints for all those months too that we were sideways, and all those months we were down. And the last part here would be inflation, right? Where inflation is running rampant. And if the bond market is going to set up the support and not the crash that all the bears want, and inflation is raging. And if you look at the rate cycle in that time period, it was like one hike, cut, one cut. I think it was one hike.
From the US,
then you got a second hike. Then you got a cut. I think it was like just flat. And then we got a cut. Squeezing up again right now, trading up to 770.52. So it's like inflation's matching up, rates are matching up.
Between Israel and Lebanon,
bond market is matching up with the long end. The demand side, at least, and like. So, and then you get Warsh saying no more guidance. Talk about Warsh telling the bond market, you tell us, with the long end. and we're not, all this is like it's all smelling, and it looks like a fucking duck, man. A goddamn duck, and the duck's got like he's got like the goofy glasses with the goofy nose and the mustache, and that's it. Otherwise, he's got feathers, he's got wings, he's got webbed feet. He's sitting in the water and he's quacking. And this is almost the exact same playbook as that time period. Trading higher right now, trading 770.80 right now.
The Nasdaq 100 gains 3% now to a fresh
Woo!
high.
Hot sauce, baby. And it's early, right? It's only 1 p.m. right now. It is early. I'm tighter, guys. I gotta close some stuff out here. Hold on. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna need my hold on 1 second here. I need to get my phone so I can log in here. Hold on. I'm back here. Just give me a second here. Tight here. I was trading away from my desk this morning. Got my pin. Trading R3 at 7701 right now. Trading 7734. Could go higher here. Looking for 7750. A little bit higher here. Higher. Oh, there's a pin strike right there. I'm out. I'm out. These up here. See if this can hold. We could still trade 7,750 easily. Slightly above here. I'll show it to you here. Just so you can see this right here. This can still smash. This is SPX on an hourly basis. Just so you see, this is our R3 right here. Go a little bit higher. Like pump this one, pump that one. On Meta. I'm going to stay in Meta. Like Meta looks like it wants to continue to pump too. Like Meta looks good for more melting up. SpaceX looks good. Maybe a pullback on SpaceX, but I own that too. Everything I got here, like stock wise, still looks good. Just a little bit of, I can see some puts being bought here. There's a little bit of put interest here. Oh, what do I got here? Just read through some of this news here. Try to keep up on this news. I'm gonna drink a Coke with you guys. I don't normally drink Coke, but I don't have any coffee. I drank all the coffee. I didn't have time to brew it in the pot, so I'm gonna drink a soda here. It's got caffeine and sugar in it. Trend is right here. 72.50 is the target on the upside. This is where that big trend is right there. We need to see that new high. Haven't seen it yet. Hold on here. Sorry about that. That looks like dog shit. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. You want to see this one right here. Make that a new high. That. This would be the new high right here. I'm going to watch this in case we fail to get the new high. You buy the back test off the new high. You don't buy this here. You wait. It's a nice wick. And Jackson Hole is on August 27th, 29th. When is Labor Day? You know, you want like thinking about a melt up, how long it can take place. Labor Day is September 7th. So that puts you into like, you know, like maybe you get a pullback on the symposium and Jackson's Hole, and then you're still long into like September 7th, September, you know, somewhere in there. No new high right now at the moment. We're kind of stalling out a little bit here. Let's keep watching this. There goes the new high. You want to buy the back test to make this new high right here. Price target 772.50. This roughly this here I think is 7750. That back test is good there. I think, right? Now it's the same candle right here. Here comes the back test right here. This might be all you get here. I'm long again, if you want to know. Hang tight, guys. I got to take this phone call. Sorry, guys. I got like I got to have like an MRI like today, and it was supposed to happen this morning. It didn't happen. Like I can't tell you. Like anybody that's been in the medical system, it's like fucking. It's a disaster. It's every single step. It's until you're like sitting in a doctor's office, and the doctor actually, and every doctor knows more. Like when you go up the line of doctors, you like meet a smarter one and a smarter one. Not made it smarter, but more specialized.
Through homos each day.
But at every step of the way I've been doing this, everything's fucked up from that point forward. Like I leave the doctor's office, they're like, we want to do this urgent right now. He ain't got no time, kind of shit. Like that's where I'm at. I'm in like no time. And they like the orders didn't go through yesterday, then they couldn't find the order, then it went to the wrong hospital. I kid you not. And then this morning there was like, oh, it's not urgent, it'll be like next week. Then the doctor's like freaking out, and then the hospital's like, sorry, you gotta do this whole thing. They just got me the urgent, it just came through just now. And I gotta go to like the hospital tonight, I guess, in the next hour or two. I might have to leave here from the show. Keep your stops on this level right here. I'm going to keep my stops on here as well. I did not sell that. I'm still long. Well, look, we're building another poop mountain right here, right? We don't even need this one anymore. That doesn't matter. Well, I guess we could leave that one. But this is the new poop mountain right here. We'll see if we can hold this up. Ugh. I want to puke. And my wife and children are gone too. They're at I'm all alone here. Like my wife and kids are out at they left yesterday for BTS. So I'm like home alone this week, so I'm kind of freaked out a little bit. I don't want anything bad to happen while I'm alone. Move that right there. I will close underneath here. I did get long right in here, so I'm going to stay long right here, but I'm going to keep my stops right underneath this 1 minute trigger. I think I got to call my buddy. I don't think I've ever asked for help from a man before. I think I got to call my buddy here in Detroit and have him watch over me. I kid you not. Never thought I would ask another man for help. Yeah, I gotta get that one's not. I don't want that one. I'm not gonna buy there. This is where my stops are right here. I'll show you the stop line. Right, hold on. Right there. Clean that up. And like yesterday too, I went to the surgeon yesterday, and the surgeon was unawares of where I was in this. He was a recommend from a Detroit doctor. I ended up having to drive out to the Metro Detroit, where the theoretical rich people live. I think they're poor, but I think they're debt slaves. But whatever. The cities have more wealth than, believe it or not. But the better doctors, they're out there. So I went out there yesterday. Went to this doctor. He has an office in Detroit, but he mostly services like the suburbs and stuff. So I went out there yesterday, and I was thinking, I'm just gonna schedule an appointment. I'm in here, I'm out of here. It's gonna be easy. This guy fucking stuck his fingers so far up my ass yesterday. It's the worst digital. It's the worst digital exam I've ever had in my life. I had them in the Army, but they weren't too bad. I was just coughing and stuff. But I've had more digital rectal exams in the past 6 weeks, and I was saying that earlier. Like I think maybe more than dudes that like it. But this one was brutal. Like he had like big ass hands. Like, and he was like rooting around, and he was like, I can feel it, and he's touching it and all that. And I woke up this morning, and I was like sick. I didn't feel well. And then I got all this other bullshit with an MRI that with the insurance and the doctors and the fucking help. I'm finding out really fast that like the surrounding the doctors, all that stuff, it's all a disaster. I can't tell what parts of it are intentional, like they're a feature, and what parts of it are just pure incompetence. Because you're like talking to people that are very competent, and then you're talking to people or dealing with people that are purely incompetent, or it's a feature of the system. And I'm alone, so I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, does anybody got my back here? I'm like, I'm gonna fucking die while we're trying to do this. And my GP is like, my GP was like, my GP is like, you need to get that thing the fuck out of you right now. He's like, get it out now. I don't care. He's like, I don't care if you shit later, if it's cancer, I don't give a fuck. Get it out of your body. That's how bad it is. That's how big it is. And what happened yesterday was, what they found out yesterday was that it's 6 centimeters, but they had the measure wrong in the length of it. It's huge. It's big. And I can't believe I'm sitting here. I can't believe I can't believe our healthcare system is like this. I can't believe that they didn't just give me the fucking colonoscopy 2 years ago. Too young, insurance wouldn't cover it unless they found something physically with a digital rectal exam. I'm fucking furious right now. I want to chop a tree down. Do I want to chop like a big old oak down and just like smash it into like small pieces. I want to split all the wood. I want to cut the logs. I want to split the fucking every goddamn log into a little firewood kindling. Just like, how is our healthcare system like this? Like, how is this possible? Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning how bad our healthcare system is. And I got the Luigi stuff, but I never understood like how bad it actually was. It's the first time I've ever encountered this. was talking to Joe Donut last night, and we were discussing like healthcare plans and like out of pocket for the year, stuff like that, and how they're trying to like force me to pay some of this, like all of it basically. But we were talking last night about this. I pay for my own insurance. Like I don't have like Medicare, Medicaid, any of that kind of stuff. I make too much money. I own my own companies, so I got to pay for insurance for my family. They base that on your income, and it's expensive. It's not cheap. I think we pay $2,400 a month or something like that. And I could have fucking for all these years, I could have fucking just put that shit in VU or in Burke A or Burke B. I could have just like paid $2,400 a month for the past goddamn 10 years, and I don't think I've. As a matter of fact, I think I've worked for somebody for 15 years, maybe 10 or 15 years. I've either owned a company or have been a contractor or something like that. Might be longer. I could have just put all that fucking money into a fucking. It's just like life insurance. I could have just put all that money away and just did private healthcare all the way through. Maybe something catastrophic for the kids and wife, and then just do like minute clinics for like, you get the strep throat or something like that. I can't believe the amount of money I've paid. I can't believe the amount of money I'm accruing right now. I can't like I'm debt free, so I'm like, what if I had had a bunch of debt? I could be fucked. I could have been fucked. So we got this high we beat back here. So you can see it. We beat this high, got long. Need to beat same situation over here. Just need to beat this over here and then start pushing up higher. Let's move this over here. Same shit, no difference. Looking for one more squeeze up. Still long here. Do note though that we are coming into a new candle. So I would like to see a pop up on that candle. Then we can come in and fill in some of the back end. So we're starting a new candle, just get a new high on that candle we can roll. I'm going to start a new 4-hour candle. We want to see the new candle be higher than the prior one. We can come back and fill it back in later. Have your finger on the sell button if we need to. Make this smaller. All right, we did put the high on the 4-hour candle. Watch out, I'm going to sell here. I'm getting out here. I'm looking at the. Oh no, wait a minute. Hold on here. Nope, we haven't started the candle yet. Sorry about that. I was in the wrong time frame. I'm still out. I sold. I still think we're gonna get at least one more pop up here at the start of the 4-hour. I thought we had already started it. I'd like to see like at least one more pop if we could get it. The equal or the halfway point here is 766. 761. So a target of 766 after this new candle starts, for a target to the downside. It's right in. Here's the halfback right here. If we can't hold Poop Mountain, 766. Yeah, about 766. And I'm out. No longer valid. Let's show that line right there. The bottom one that's right there. Just this one right here I want to show you. Just in case we roll here. We haven't rolled yet, but we can hold this and defend this. We can go higher. And one note, we have a higher high, lower high. Just check VIX 9-day. No, we got spot up, vol up here. This thing won't stop. I got a target on VIX 9-day. Let's go take a look at it. Just so you can see, this should stop here. These are just alerts for me to before we get there, but you've got 1564 up here. Hang tight, I got to take this call again. So could still be looking for more uppies here. Hang tight. Hello? All right. Sorry about that. I got my my surgeon gave me his cell phone number to call him if I have any problems here. It's very nice of him. Don't know who the fuck to call. Like I haven't fucking. I literally like I don't think I've ever relied upon a man in my life. It's kind of bizarre. Like I have male friends and stuff, but I've never looked towards a man to like another man to like take care of me ever in my life. I don't even know what that is. I know like people talk about alpha and sigma and all that shit, but like, you know, I got wife and daughters. There's only one man in this house, so you know, I try to take that role on. You know, I am the provider. I am the man that's always, you know. We can try to buy this again, maybe if we can get a new high right here. I'll take a stab at that again if we can get the new high. I've never had a relationship like my father was so hard on me when I was a kid. Like my father was like, "You'll never be a man. You know, you'll never live up. You'll never be a better man than I am." I spent my whole life trying to be a better man than him, and so I've never had a relationship with like a mentor or anything like that in that capacity. That's so weird to say. You want a guidance on what? Marvel? I'm going to take a peek at Marvel for you. Let's take a peek at Marvel. Hold on here. MRVL. Let's see. What's the first time we talked about Marvel? Anybody remember the first time we talked about Marvel? What was it trading? I should keep better track of when we started buying this. I think we started buying this in 23, $40, right? What's the guide on Marvel? Let's take a look at it right here. You gonna just chart it out for you? You can do that if you want. Marvel's a great ticker. We traded this one starting, I think, at the beginning of the. It's one of the first picks we had in our. Let's take a look at it closely together. Hold on, we'll just take. I like looking at it. I haven't looked at it in a while. Shit, I missed that trade right there. Hopefully, you can get a pullback here. I can buy it. I don't know if we're gonna get one. This might go straight up here. There might be no back test there. Just chase it. That's the one in the up. You're going to count that as the back test right there, I guess. Marvel. Let's take a look at it. So this is Marvel. We've been talking about this stonk for at least, it was somewhere down in here. And we started buying this like $40. I'm long out of Marvel. I don't own it anymore. But we did run this up. I think Joe Donut ran it up as well into the 100s and stuff. Took this and ran. And then it exploded. And I didn't take this trade at all. The thing you want to see here is, of course, we had a nice clean back test, $325. So guide on Marvel. You should be doing outstanding here at this point. We had a nice clean bounce on the 2 week here. You guys know what this all is right here, right? Here's your wing on wing. It should be something simple. Or hold on. Let's just take a look at this. But you want to be looking at here these prior highs. Here's one right here. There's one right here. There's another one right here. So, and we already beat this already. I'll draw it just like this for you. I like this right here. Kind of right where we are. Just like that there. There could be an argument made for this up here, but there can be an argument made that this is actually there's September 10th. This is come back from Labor Day and post Jackson's Hole. I would like to see this get woodshedded somewhat. 250. Let's just call it right there. That's what I got for this right here. There's your Marvel. This is fairly close to being done here. You only need to be taking out this one right here. There is a small gap in here. tiniest of gaps. You can see a little bit more uppies in here, but I would be looking for 1, 2, 3. New high up here. Close this gap right here. You might catch one more in here, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be right in there. There's your daily trigger coming in. And here's your 1, 2, and this is the actual start of your big leg up here. So remember, you're going to do 1, 2, and then you're going to have your bam, 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 bam. That should start moving. So this is Marvel, M-A-R-V-L. Or excuse me, M-R-V-L. Excuse me, M-R-V-L. Love this stock. You guys, this is a great spec growth stock. One of the first ones. It's like probably the top 10 of what we picked in the beginning of this bubble. Went from $40 to $320. Now there is a problem here. This could be a larger correction. So I do want to show you that. So if you close that gap down there, there can be, so next spring, like into February, March, I would be looking for something like this. And this could take time. It might not start right away. There could be like a consolidation move in here. Like they're rolling over. There's something else here too, which is this could get started earlier when you start looking at this stuff right here. Like they try to trap you in here. Maybe you get this at the end of the year. And there should be a second correction in here. I think you're going to get one in the springtime. So here's your February, March. And you start making your way down. And you close all this stuff up. Larger corrective move into the springtime. Just be aware that there's potential for that to happen. Now, if this thing holds on trend, something like this, and the monthly trigger comes up and you don't go into a bear market, you bounce and all that, you're good to go. You can buy it again. But just be aware that as we come into the end of the year over here, that they're likely going to attempt to sell you down. And there's a moment here. This is September. You know that's going to be a big correction. This could stall out. Like maybe this hit takes to December over here. That's something like this. And more like this. They come up in December, put in that final high up here, and they come in and try to sell you. Could be like a squeeze up. We're consolidating in here, squeeze up and into the year. Then they're selling you down into for the second leg. Just be aware of that. Grinding higher now, heading into 772. Wish I took that trade. I missed it. We are now coming up into 7746, and R3 on SPX is 7761. Still grinding higher. There's something else neat here too. $77104. This becomes right here. This becomes you shall not pass. 77104. This becomes a major support level on a 4-hour basis. This is now a 4-hour. Price target hit, take your money and run. There's one more bump up in here. So there's your target right there. There's one more bump up we can do. Roughly right there. Watch out though for the back test. Let's watch that 1 minute trigger in here. About there. Make sure I got this trend right. I'm gonna adjust this trend, try to make it a little bit closer. Save, just move over. I'll make sure I got this trend right.
US stocks extend gains with the Dow Jones up 2%.
Now that's 770. We're actually above trend right now. The trend is actually lower. It's down here. That's your trend right there. And see this orange? If you're looking at Bookmap right here, you see this big orange bubble right here? That's this right here. This is now support on a 4-hour basis. Pretty big. Watch out for a big squeeze.
And the S&P now up 2% now as well.
Hang tight, I gotta take this phone call. I gotta take care of something, guys. I gotta take care of something here. I'm gonna do some work here in the background. I just had a fucking hospital tell me I can't have a goddamn MRI for 2 months. I gotta go private medicine. I can't fuck around with this stupid shit. I'm fucking furious. I'm like, I fucking hate AI. How about that, bitch? I speak to a human. Fucking AI. 25 minutes. They just said 25 minutes. Pelvis. They don't offer pelvis MRIs. How not? Joke, right? It's got to be a joke. (6:30 p.m., 7 p.m. MRI of Southfield. Where's this fucking place? This is a fucking joke. Spy's like, surprise, motherfucker, I'm still here. Do you have any openings for an MRI today? Pay cash for my pelvis with contrast. I have a doctor's order here too for it. He wants an emergency urgent one. My hospital told me 2 months just now. My face is melting off right now. I appreciate your time. Thank you. $610, I can be there. With contrast. Oh, it's with. No, it says without with. There's without the word, then there's with, and then there's W/O with. Maybe they want both. Perfect. I can do that. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I want to cry. I'm not kidding you. Hang tight here, guys. Okay, I'm back here. I was just told by my hospital that it would be 2 months for a stat. It would be like a stat thing or something like that. And my hospital just told me 2 months. So I just pay, or I'm going to pay for a MRI private. So cool. I can get the MRI today. I have this feeling I'm going to end up fucking. I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm feeling like that guy, Luigi guy, like, in terms of like, if I follow the schedule of my fucking insurance in the fucking hospital, I'll be dead by the fucking time I get a fucking MRI. I kid you not. I just got told in network fucking 2 months in my fucking hospital. This is fucking pathetic. This is ridiculous. 2 fucking months for my hospital to get me an MRI. I'm fucking furious. I'm fucking furious. And not only that, like, if I had a job, like a real job, like 9 to fucking 5, how would I even get this stuff done? Like, I don't even know. Like, if you're like a 9 to 5 job and you're working at like Wally World or something like that, you'd be fucked. Like, the time that you spend on the phone, the fucking back and forth, all the other fucking nonsense, you're basically become unemployed, right? You have to be. Like, I would assume that you'd become unemployed quickly. Your job would just be like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, it's stat. I got a stat order. And they were just like, nope. Even with the stat order, 2-month backlog. I shit you not. And I just got a new order. Fucking crazy. See if this thing turns into a cell signal here. I'm not kidding, guys. Like, I mean, I wasn't going to tell you guys about all this, but I guess I'll document this shit with you guys. I don't mind telling you the truth. You want to see what it's really like? It's not fucking, it's not pretty. It's absurd. It really is. Just note here, too, that this is the island right here. The Bulls need to hold on to this. We will roll if we lose this this level here. This 4R is pretty big here. And remember, we're in the middle of the 4R right now. Binky's probably in here lurking somewhere looking to see if he can start selling. It's absolutely fucking absurd. And I pay for fucking insurance. I'm a fucking taxpayer. I fucking do everything I'm supposed to. Sorry, I'm going to start freaking the fuck out here. Like, freak the fuck out. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah, what I had to do was, I'm asking my wife. They're still driving right now. They drove. Originally, the trip was supposed to be my daughters and their friend, and one of the friends couldn't make it, so my wife went with my 2 daughters out to see BTS. So they're still actually driving, I think. I don't know where they are. I'm saying that, but I'm kind of just guessing here. And I'm doing the show, and like even this morning, I've been on the phone all morning long. It's been like one phone call, one wait, sitting on a phone for half an hour. Then I have the wrong order. I had the wrong order. I didn't have a stat order. Then they sent it to the wrong hospital, and I can't blame the doctor for that. And then of course the hospital's playing fucking dumb, like I don't know what you're talking about. And it was at the same hospital at a different location. So there's no communication between those 2 locations. It's fucking stupid. And I get the stat order, and then they're telling me 2 months. I can't even imagine if it wasn't stat how long I'd have to fucking wait. I'm gonna go pay cash right now. I'm so fucking pissed. It's been non fucking stop. In like they talk. I guess these people talk about age. You have to like be your own agent or something. Have your own agency as a patient. If you don't have a loved one or something to help you with this stuff, and you've got a job, like what are you gonna do? You'd be fucking dead. Now I understand what that Luigi guy is talking about. Like, like guys, like I'm fucked. I bet that guy hit so many fucking roadblocks. He was just like, "Fuck it, I'm dead anyways." Something stupid like that. Like, I'm telling you. Well, no, that they do, but the people that work in the offices, they're not like, these people have like, I mean, you meet somebody that were an office worker, and there's a fair, no offense if you didn't go to college and stuff, but like it's an entry level job. An office job is an entry level job for someone that may have not have gone to college, or maybe they got a degree and they fell out of their career path or whatever. So you can't expect too much. I had ready for this. So yesterday, I was on the phone trying to, yesterday when I got out yesterday, I called the hospital to schedule the MRI, right? And she's like, well, we don't have the order. Do you want to fax it to me? So I said, sure.
According to Qatar, Emir's office says Trump efforts to reduce escalation and converge viewpoints between the US and Iran.
I read, she's like, I need your email address. I said, okay. She goes, I have to send you the request through your email to then fax it. I go, okay, however you want to do this. And I give her my email address, and I start to read alpha phonetic letters to her because she can't understand what I'm saying to her. And I was in the fucking army. So I was like, whiskey, Sierra. And she's like, Sierra, what letter is that? And I go, only one. There's only one way to spell Sierra. And she's like, no, there isn't. There's more than one way. I go, no, there isn't. There is no fucking word in the English language. There's no goddamn word. I'm like, this is the literal official around the world. I mean, you can use different letters or different words for the letter S, but the official one is Sierra. I'm like, this is like the official word. If you ever hear somebody say like salt or sexy or something like that to speak alphabetic, that is not the official word. It's Sierra. And I'm telling her this yesterday on the phone, and I'm just like, is this a part of it? Like am I in the middle of the fucking fuck you part of this, or? Well, they do. Well, I'm not a patient advocate. There's private medicine. I mean, but the problem here is like I have to have this done like today. They wanted this done yesterday, so like I'm a day late already. And it's not patient. What it is you pay for it privately. That's what it is. And not only that, like I just had this other bill come in for like $13,000. There's a chance that even if I did this right, that they would find a way to fucking nail me for like another 12 grand just for the MRI. I'm fucking furious. I am. I'm just like, I'm sorry to be on the show right now. This shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't be streamed with you guys doing this, but I am fucking furious. Hang tight again, guys. Okay, so now the doctor just called back and he said, the doctor called and said, I got to make sure they get the right MRI equipment. So he's going to call over there and make sure they got the right one. One of these MRI places, they didn't do pelvic. So he's going to check with them and see. If you want to take this long, you're looking for put this right back over here. You want to see that one right there. This needs to get above. We're going to get rid of this yellow one right here. We're going to turn that, make that white, just for reference. If we can get above that white line right there, just the tip, that's it, right about there. We can still go up here and still pound the upside. Please tell me that they do pelvic. See what they say on this website. She said yes that they do pelvic, so we'll find out. Pray for me here. I'm not religious. I was growing up. I was hardcore religious growing up. But if you're religious out there, say a prayer for me. But I get this fucking MRI. And this should be like lickety split quick. Like get an MRI, look at that thing, another quick fucking colonoscopy, poke around a little bit, and then start cutting this fucking thing out. This should be fast. I should have been done with this shit like this Friday, next Friday. And as a matter of fact, the crazier part is that I started getting really sick about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and it's still not done. Like they still are not in cutting this fucking thing out of me. 6 fucking weeks later. And where it's at, it just grows fast. It's like meant like the last chance for me.
Iran is only negotiating with a man regarding the future arrangements for.
I've got VA benefits. I stay away from the VA.
Have been conducted with the
I stay away from the VA. I got VA benefits. I stay away from it. I like private medicine. I've had horrible experiences with the VA. I've had horrible experiences with the people that work there. I've had horrible experiences with military personnel and that kind of stuff, medical personnel. No offense if you work in that stuff, but I've had horrible experiences in my life. And that never, ever, ever. I had to go to like private medicine to unfuck my brain a bunch of years ago, and probably be dead today if I didn't. You need to go higher than that white line right here. You got to go above this. That's not good enough right there. You need to go higher. You know what I need is a patient advocate from the VA, but even that takes time. Patient advocates from VA takes like time. There's no like fastness to this shit. Right, exactly, Oda. They would have cut it out the same afternoon. Well, like there's another thing here too. Like I thought about that, Oda. I thought about going to the hospital and just saying, I'm in major pain here, like a 9 out of 10, cut this fucking thing out. It would happen that way. If I went to the ER and said I need this thing out of me, I could say a few things and get it taken out of me same day. I thought about that earlier today, bro. I thought about going to the ER and just saying, this thing's blocking up my asshole, it's popping out, it's pain, whatever it is, I gotta say. I can't do this, and see if they'll do the MRI and do the biopsy, have the results back in like a day, and then
some of their regional partners.
they already did the biopsy. They just want to biopsy the entire thing, make sure it doesn't cut through the wall of my rectum and stuff. But Oda, I thought about it.
According to sources, the White House expected to extend the Jones Act waiver in the coming days.
Oh, you said 3 times as long. Fuck yeah, 3 times as long. I agree with you. Yes. Give me a couple of fucking ibuprofen. See if I'm fucking faking it or some shit. No, you know what? I think like if you look at this, so the question here is like, is there any broad aspect of America that doesn't screw Americans? Like, you got to understand that like when you make those comments, like I get those comments, I get it. We don't have a lot of like, so we live in capitalism here, and so it's hard, or a function of capitalism in this country. A function of capitalism is to wash people out. It is a part of it. So you either have to start to say you're not going to be a capitalist society or not. That's not going to happen here. Now, do I think we should have universal health care or something like the VA has? Yes, I do. And maybe you have private that you can pay for, but for the masses, we should have some kind of universal health care. But then we would need to come up with some other way to wash people out of the system. Right now, as it stands, there are less ways to wash people out of the system in the U.S. than there has ever been. So one of the ways that we do wash people out is through healthcare. It's one of the big ways that we do wash people out in this country.
Negotiating process.
If you were to find other ways to wash people out of the system, you would probably need to, if you did have universal health care, you would need to find a different way. Or otherwise you would change the makeup of our system here in this country. And what's crazier is like, boomers are living very old now because healthcare is really good. The housing thing is a big part of it, believe it or not. Like the housing reform that took place in 2008 no longer washes people out, nowhere near like it used to. Meaning you like give them enough rope, they let people take on too much risk, and then you flush them out of the system. If you did like universal health care, maybe you would you'd have to find some way to wash them out, through risk or something like housing or something like that. It's not an easy thing to do. Or if you had universal health care and you try not to wash people out, you'd have to redesign the entire capitalist system here in the U.S. It would probably be more like some of the Western European nations. And you'd see less wealth in the U.S. more than likely too, I would think. But I can't comment on that stuff. That's not really my forte. I don't have a bunch of information on that. I mean, I have a general idea of it, but I was just shocked. I'm just shocked that you have to fight for yourself, like I am. And I have insurance. Like I have insurance. I pay my bills. I've got taxes. I pay taxes. And I'm blown away at I'm blown away at what it takes to get something done. The fucking blubber and fat, of it. Or maybe it's a complete overhaul. Maybe it's not completely private or completely public, but you heavily regulates hospitals. We have other problems in this country too. We got problems with like tort laws, kind of brutal. Physicians need to carry stupid insurance, and corporate healthcare loves that too. So you can't have too many private offices and private doctors and stuff, depending upon where you live. It's just a disaster. It's so fucking infuriating. The idea that like a colonoscopy costs $13,000 with no interest, and then I can get a colonoscopy done for $500 at a private office just shows you the fucking bloat, the massive bloat in our healthcare system. It's disgusting. It really is. Like that's the other weird thing. Someone said go to the ER. Like we didn't have any. My wife had complications with 2 kids. There were no problems with that stuff. It was very streamlined. I think it's when it's not. I think it's like healthcare that's not normal in your life. Like having children is pretty normal, so they streamline that. But like, if you're gonna die or you get really hurt or something like that, the maze that I'm encountering is mind-blowingly fucking stupid. It is fucking stupid. I can't believe I just got told 2 months for an MRI that's stat. Just like, what? Okay, so we got a little wing on wing in here. You see that, right? We got a baby wing on wing in here. Got this one right here, like up, down, maybe down here, and then finally up. Just be aware of that, or maybe it's up here for a new leg, and then we're up there. I could draw this in if you wanted like that. It's like a new leg right here. This one doesn't quite go that far. It goes to like there. They're trying to pump up in here. It's fucking infuriating. It really is. I'm kind of disgusted by it.
Asian One News seeing here that
and you are right at some point when you say like Americans, like as an American, I find it offensive that we're here with our healthcare.
Pakistan through indirect US Iran talks are quite close to finalization stage.
Like an old person though doesn't care, Old person's retired. But if you're like a working person, if you're like a working stiff, like me, if you don't have a wife that takes care of you, whatever. Hang tight, what's going to answer this? All right. Another doctor. Yeah, we need a way to wash people out. If we were to fix the healthcare system, you need to find a way to wash people out. You'd have to like find a way to do it. We're here because we don't wash people out, right? The housing market is a proof positive.
So, according to Al Jazeera, citing a US official, says the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway and no party controls its routes or the ability to pass through it.
Oh, looks like the news squawker guy does not want to go up here and trade 745 or 775 up here. He's kind of angry. He's angry. He doesn't want to see that right there. He doesn't want to see the equal leg, and he doesn't want to see the he doesn't want to see the cup and the handle over here. He's getting kind of angry. Yeah, he's angry. He's doing we're reporting dumpster fires in Iraq right now. We hear noises. Where are they, bro? Angola. Angola? We need to dump the stock market 2% for noises in Angola. I'm like, okay. Remember that white line right here will get us up and over. Is that 1600 right up? Ooh, that'd be a tight one, wouldn't it? Woo! Something just like this, and then whammo, whammo. All the way up there into 775 would be kind of nice, wouldn't it? We got to watch this like this is the line to get above right here, this white line right there. We can just pop above that white line right there. It's on like Donkey Kong. Yeah, you got to find a way. Like it could be anything though. You could not wash people out, but it would fundamentally change our system. Like our capitalist system would be very altered. Like I would expect it would probably remind me of like the Canadian system or maybe Norway or some of those countries up there where like you're doing well and stuff, but you can't accumulate wealth. There'd be much less. It'd be more spread out.
At around $2.85 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settle at around $3.77.
I don't know if the world wants that either.
Gas September futures settle at around $2.68.
There is some trade-off to this. Like if you're not an American, right? Let's say you live in Europe. You kind of need the U.S. to be, or some country to be like this, because what the U.S. does do is it fosters, like you get what I'm saying here. Like the U.S. fosters great inventions, great minds, taking risk. So let's say the U.S. didn't do that, you would need another country to do that. Like even though we pay for that in our country, like we have trade-offs for this kind of stuff. Like innovation comes for the West. Innovation comes from the U.S. Of course, our partners help in that, but like for the size of our country, the oceans, the just like the defense of the West and that kind of stuff, it kind of works that system, even though we pay for it as civilians in this kind of a thing. Like when you think about like China, they're just a free for all, right? They can print money however they want. They can direct companies. They can just come out and say, you're going to develop this. All hands on board. You're doing this. The U.S. doesn't really. The U.S. has to kind of work around our own system here. It's like the answer to that is the United States. It's not England. It's not anything in Europe. It's not Germany. It is the U.S. So that's a very huge topic. It would be something where I'd have to like write down a bunch of information, then do a shit ton of research. I bet you could write like a master thesis on it, and it would probably take you a year and a half of research and writing and trying to figure out how you could make that work. Maybe it's already been done, but the implications my point here is that our health insurance system here likely indirectly benefits other countries, believe it or not. That sounds an insane way to and it sounds like insane to say that, but due to our system developing new ideas and developing new tech and all that kind of stuff is a part of it. So if we were no longer that nation, who would assume that role, and would we get overrun by other nation states that have a leg up on us even more, like dictatorships, like Z is, right? She's a dictator basically. China has done a very good job of adjusting their government to service the economies that we're in and that we're becoming. Even the U.S. to some extent will more than likely at some point, our government, whatever government is needed to service the AI, machine learning, robotics, blah, 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 quantum economy, even the United States forms of government are likely going to change significantly to service those economies. The question there becomes: do we become more like China, or do we try to have some vestige of what we are, or hark back to what we were? But even our government should adjust to those new economies over time. So maybe there is a way to wash people out, or maybe it's Star Trek. There is an argument. I know the AI bros all think Star Trek, right? Where it's not going to matter. We're not going to focus on money and that kind of stuff. But those are very heady topics, and they're not easily solved, I don't think. I'd like to see them solved. I just don't know how you solve them. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is. Maybe you're still washing them out of medical debt, but at the same time, you protect these people and things so that they always happen. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to get an MRI. Japan's kind of like that, right? You can go to Japan and you can like walk in and get an MRI instantaneously. They have these small like minute clinics like we have in the U.S., but they're way more. They do way more for you. So I don't know the answer to that. That's a hard question. That's a question I would probably have to ponder for a couple of years and do a lot of research on it. Hammered? I don't think we're gonna get hammered here. I think we have risk. There's something else here too. So today, I'll tell you this too. Like today and tomorrow, we should be retracing the Thursday, Friday lows. We normally do that, right? But if we have a week like this, or we have a short week or anything like that, we can sometimes not retest the prior week's low until the following week. So there's a chance here we won't start retesting the monthly low. What you'll do is in your first week of the month, you'll retest it on like the middle of the month. So there's a chance here we don't pull back we could like flatten out on the 12th of next week and then start rolling down and unclench on a expiration. As a matter of fact, let's talk about this close here. Let's take a look at this close really quick. I hate doing this here, but because I should maybe leave this up because there's no real roadmap for this stuff. Is there? None of the triggers have caught up. None of your indicators have caught up. None of that kind of stuff. But the key point here is I want you to see this right here, okay? This is a very key level right here. Huge level right here. This is building out a floor. Let's start talking about this. I don't know why that's so wonky. I'm looking at this from way down here. I'm looking at this from way down here, right here. And we've blown past this. So I want to show you this if I can. What I want to show you, what's important here, is do you see this like 677, 678, 770 zone right here? And I drew these in earlier for you because this is what we're doing is we're building a base here. So let's, I don't want to get rid of this. get rid of this. We can come back and put these back in. But I really want to talk about this right here. The 770, 70, 87. I don't know if that really matters as much yet. But that's not the halfback trade. This is right here. It's kind of the halfback trade right here. So what we want to be looking at here is, let's go to this one right here. So this is the halfback trade right here. Now, what I really want to talk to you about here, I'm going to get rid of this, get rid of this. So I give you an outlook here, guys. Now, this is going to frustrate a lot of the bears. I sort of clean this up and show you guys this. For an outlook, we're getting a little bit long in the tooth. You guys are probably wondering what's happening in the market and stuff. Get rid of this for a minute. We don't need that. Oh, we do need that. Shit. Hold on. Okay. So this is the halfback. This is a 4 and a 4. This is going to turn into, this will turn into a 4 and 4 over time. The gist, and this is going to freak people out here, okay? I want you to think about this as the FOMO push-up. There's okay, so this is your FOMO push-up. That's your high. Let's just call that the high, okay? And what do I talk to you guys about here? Do you guys know? It's usually like it's a distribution trade. So you're looking for something like this, a new high, something like this, and a new high. See it? And this becomes like this right here, okay? Now, what should happen is wham, break below, and then we actually take this out later. Does that make sense? So this is distribution here. That's what we're in right now. Now, this could take time to come down. This is a very key thing right here. So, and I want you to remember this, like this halfback trade. This is 768.16. I also want you to see this half an hour trigger. You see how this half hour trigger is coming up right here? Let's get rid of this. And I want you to see this too. This is 760 down here. Your hourly trigger's coming up. So even if you distribute this, here's the, goes like this. Here's 775. $778.50. So if you're like a bear and you're thinking, oh my God, here's 775 right here. Here's 778.50. This should be a failure. Something like that. And then you're going to be looking for some kind of a pullback. Here's your 778 or 7080, excuse me. Remember, I haven't measured anything here, so there's one more thing we want to look at here, which is the econ data. We have on Wednesday at 10 a.m. we have ISM services, and we have NFP at 8:30 on Friday. So let's look at it like this. Here's Thursday at 2 p.m. Let's call this the open of Thursday. And now we're going to extend this high to right here. Kind of have to be in here. And let's say we come into Thursday, right? And we start rolling for NFP on Friday morning. So here's Thursday, here's Friday, 8:30. And you're back testing this prior high right here. And this is the halfback trade, right? See it right there? It's halfback trade. So let's call this Friday close. Does that make sense? Like up, up, up distributes into NFP. And then, you ready? Next week, we get the 3 and 6 month bill auction on Monday, and we get, where's the inflation print? On Wednesday. So you get the inflation print in here for Wednesday. They take in the volatility. So this is NFP. CPI. Do you guys want to take a snip of this? So you've got like distribution in here, right? You come up into a high into NFP, and I did this early. This is Thursday. The NFP print actually comes in right here. This is like 6, 7 a.m. Blood's down into Friday, right? Bloodbath into Friday. They pick this thing back up, and we come back down into the CPI. And here's the other fascinating part. What else is fascinating about this? Anybody know? Now what you're doing is next week you're retracing the Friday low right here. So instead of retracing last week's low, this week, there it is right there. And this is your, here's Wednesday, here's Thursday, right here. The entire trade comes back on us. Like here's the prior week, last week. We don't do it this week. And then we come back to it in 2 weeks. And this, what else is fascinating about this? So you're coming in, now you're looking at, here's Vixpiration. And on the 19th is Vixpiration. So let's say we come down here. Let's say we do the Thursday. And then you're coming up right there for Vixpiration. Just right, Vixie. And then you're looking for the OpEx calendar. And for August, that's on the 21st. You figure, here's VIXY right here. There goes your VIXpiration.
Brent crude futures settle at $79.36 a barrel, down $4.41 or
And there's your like 750 or 760, excuse me. This could actually come a day early. I bet VIXY hits on a Monday. Wait a minute here. I bet you VIXY hits on Tuesday. Hits early this month. Here's your VIXpiration back down again. And then you're back up into this pin up here for OpX. Just take a look at this with me if you can. Does that make sense? So you're like up, 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 NFP, sell, boom. That would mean that what? Employment is outstanding. So we get a kick-ass employment print up here. They're going to be like, oh shit, employment is high. All right, that means CPI is going to come in hot. We price in CPI before we ever get to it. Before we even get to it. Just like it's going to be a hot print. Right? You also have the 3 and 6 month bill auction over here. Then they unclench you. Kind of VIXY, they try to send you down, and then you're up in OpX. Now, there's something bad here too. There can be an argument made. You know, it's like walk the plank again, right? You come into CPI, if it's super hot, they actually smash us down here. Kind of your VIXpiration. And run OpX bleeding. There's 700 right there. Now, I'm not saying we're going to do that, but, you know, this is the way for the bears. If you want to know what the bears have, it's right there. Like what the bears are looking for, you can see it over here. Like if the bears had a case in here, it would be a hot print. Whammo. Right? Bloodbath down there for CPI. That's realized volatility. Now you're coming into VIXpiration, bloodbath, and it's a fucking mess down here. And we're catching all of this heights up here to limit the damage to a hot CPI report, right? So you can at least see the bear case over here. Just at least look at the bear case. Man, I know the bears are always wrong, but I want you to think about this here. You know, what we'll do is we'll work on trying to sell NFP, hedge NFP. If it's not so bad, if CPI is bad but not crazy bad, CPI is going to come in hot. I can tell you right now, it's going to come in hot. So there's your correction. There's your back test of last week. There's also your back test of the beginning of the month. And what's fascinating about this too is if you save the market into the 22nd, this is a big thing, right? This 21st, 22nd area right here. This price is going to matter. Just check this 20th right here. Here's the 21st. We're coming back to test the prior month. Here's mid-month from July. You know, so you're like right back in here again, retesting June. So there's your back test of June. Whammo for CPI. This is the 20th from, this is the 20th from July. You're going to back test your 20th, back test your first of the month, all at the same time, wrap them up. And then if everything is honky-dory, we start moving higher yet again. And remember what I said about the daily trigger and these melt-ups? We can trade the daily trigger and still be in melt-up mode, believe it or not. So all this kind of jives in here. Like, it all kind of makes sense. And let's look at, it's something just like this. Bam, 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 up into Friday. So up is the way. And you're buying dips on 768 to go higher into this like 780. Print that fucker right there. Make sense? And the big deal is going to be CPI. PCE, CPI, both of them are hot as fuck. Both are super hot. I would assume that the White House is trying to get that CPI print lower. Strait of Hormuz could be used as an excuse. Don't worry about that hot print. We're in the middle of negotiations. Your gas is going to come plummeting down. It already has come plummeting down, and that will be in some of those PCE and CPI figures. But it's like the look through it thing. Even if they're lying, because we have natural inflation going on right now, but you can kind of see where they are. Make sense? So this is the outlook. This is the outlook moving forward. Let's do one more thing here.
So according to the Telegraph, Europe could foot the bill.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it right here.
The Strait of Hormuz.
Kind of see it right there. There's one. There's like one more. This could be right here, believe it or not. But this is the deepest it should go. Also noteworthy too. Do you see the half an hour trigger coming in right here? And you've got this thing hanging out down here. So the half an hour trigger starts flattening out a little bit. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does.
Yeah, I posted the article from the Telegraph on the feed for those interested.
If you are, sub-seller or whatever, this is your path. You can probably sell this. Will it run exactly like this? Maybe not. There's new information that matters to the market, but it's roughly something like this. The key here too is if you're a bear and you want to sell, or remember I said yesterday, I'm like, you might want to wait for the open tomorrow to sell it. You might be able to sell the close yesterday, but you want to wait for the equal leg to sell on the open tomorrow, which is today. We started blasting up this morning, so you can't sell the open. You couldn't sell the close yesterday. You couldn't sell the open this morning. And what I'm warning to you is, if you're trying to sell this, any of these three highs, this one, or this one, you can't really sell it for a day or two. You got to sell it for you can put some puts on if you wanted. I'd put them a little bit more in the money, like 750, maybe a 750p or something, but you got to put time on them. 12th, maybe even farther out, like the end of the month, just to get the print that you want. If you're just doing single puts or something like that and not a spread. My point here is I think that bears are thinking, bears thinking jackknife down here tomorrow, fuck you and stuff like that. I don't see that trade right now. I didn't see it this morning when I came to the market this morning. I was like, that's it. We ain't selling. The close yesterday looked good to sell, but only on the open today. Depending on what the price action was. And they just took those stops out on the opening bell. It was nobody's business. So you might be waiting for a print if you're a bear, is my point. You might, you can put them on at the close today if you wanted. You're like hand grenades and horseshoes, you're fairly close. But I would not be praying. I wouldn't be hoping and praying for a print on those tomorrow. I think your best bet is to look for NFP and then look ahead to CPI, expiration, OPEX to try to get that roll, that unclenchiness going on. Does this make sense to everybody here? Everybody's clear? If I get into trouble physically and medically, you guys want to take a picture of this? Here, I'll do it like this. Hold on here. There's a chance I could have a medical emergency. I want you guys to know that. I don't want to talk about that shit. It's not worth talking about, but there is a chance. So let me mute this and mute this and mute this. And what I don't want you to do is be left in the lurch. So it should be something like this. You remember what I said about down here? Maybe we can make it, I don't know. Yeah, it's probably the best way to do it is like this. If you want to snip that, you can. This should be a fairly viable path here. This daily trigger will be up here. See that daily trigger's coming up? You know, so you see this, it's like this daily trigger's coming up right here. So you're like bouncing into the daily trigger. Maybe you're under it for just a minute. Daily trigger's over, and then it starts to fight its way up. And if I can refine this, I will. I got to do some measuring and stuff. I got to see where the weekly will be. There's something else here too, which is something else that's big here, which is this weekly is coming up rapidly. This is going to come up here. This is going to come up here, like this. It's like even if you were looking for like this down here, this like bloodbath, it could just act as like a whipsaw to the upside up here. And this would take you to your equal legs. This is your cup and handle into the end of the month. So here's September. And you're looking for that big fucking print up there to print those highs that we're already at. That's where you get to the rest of your melt up into September and October. And this also brings up a bunch of questions because you've got not Davos, you've got what do you call it over here? See this 26th? It's like you've got what's it called? Jackson's Hole down here. So bloodbath down here for Jackson's Hole, but then whipsaw. And you come back into everybody comes back from vacation, there's your print. Here's your Labor Day weekend. That makes sense? That's like worst case scenario down here. CPI bad. Davos, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. There's your cup and handle.
SpaceX shares climb 9.
And then everybody comes back from vacation. They get the 800 print, 780, 790, something like that. See it now? You want to snip that at home? Wham, 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 wham. NFP, baby. Then you get the call sellers up here selling 780s all the way down there. They sell them for the month. They don't actually print the 780 until the month ends. So you could also sell 780p, or excuse me, C. 780C. Last day of the month. And then we squeeze this thing up in the first week. They will stop you from going up here at the end of the month. But they'll make a bunch of money in 780Cs, monthlies, and then they print them post-September. And the cool part about this is, if we blast down on hot print, they're stopping you from the end of the month from coming above 780. They're stopping you from printing the 770. And then that post coming into September, you're talking about 3 months left, right? And then all of a sudden you're getting like the banks telling you. You get the banks telling you shit like, we're now gonna print 820 into the end of the year, 800 new target end of the year, 820 into March, and then they're rolling their calls up for the you're in September and you're rolling up 800s, 820s for December 31st. You're selling those calls, and they probably won't print that shit until Jan 1 or something like that. 820 doesn't get printed or something like that. You guys understanding all that? All you option sellers probably get this, but nude farm payrolls. They just get hammered into December. Every time we approach like 800, 820, it'll be a no-go. We won't print that shit until like Jan 1 or March 31st or something like that. Makes sense? I would say this is the average expectation. I think coming down here is easy to do, but like this would be the average path here. Something like that. Let's take a look at this. Let's put this, get rid of this. On there, get rid of that. Let's do, this is all we need right here. You can kind of see it. 772.85. Have another target here of 70.75.0 right there. Could even argue that it's up here. 775. There's the failure right there. And there's the target, 780. And this could be on like this is either Thursday, like I give it 10:30 in the morning. Assume they're going to start hedging NFP on
Shares
Thursday.
Up 10% near session high ahead of quarterly report after the bell.
You could even say that this is over here. Just trading sideways. Just like, you get shanked in here, shanked in here, shanked in there. There's your double top. On Thursday, then they're plunging you down here in NFP. We are putting in an equal leg right now. There's your 775. Could argue that right there. Make that a little bit tighter. Expect down tomorrow. Trade for tomorrow is a downside move to 767 at max. Could be 770, somewhere in here. Where is the hourly half hour? Yeah, here's the half hour trigger. The half hour trigger is already moving up. You see it? It's already moving up into this zone to buy a dip. So just buy the dip on the half hour trigger if we can get down there. And this, the one last thing I want to say to you is, if this thing holds tomorrow morning, this is something to buy as well. This will all match up to the half an hour trigger tomorrow. Way is higher. Remember this level, right? This level is like kind of key right here. We can dip underneath it to 67, but this is like the base. I would say to you over this week, the next few days into NFP, one of these highs you want to be selling. Should have 3 of them. This is the first one. There should be 2 more. AMD. You want to AMD up or down? Down. Down on AMD, then up. That's fairly easy to see. Down on AMD, and then 2 or 3 days from now, it'll go up. A day or two. It should come down, trade 500, and then blast up and take out.
Uber shares.
No, hold on. Let's look at it. We can look at it. Hold on. There's a technical thing they have to. It's going to be up and take the money and run. We can look at AMD. That's very similar to. Let's take a peek at it. So okay, so AMD. This is so here's your prior high right here. 1, 2, 3. You could argue that there's one more here after the bell. But I think when you wake up tomorrow, it's going to be down here. And then you're going to have a delayed print to the upside. So I'll draw it like this for you. If you can sell shares, you're fine, but I think that I think the options trader is fucked. Something like that. That's going to be no help to an option buyer. No one's there to buy your shit on the open tomorrow. We close on Wednesday. Here's Friday. There's Thursday, 1600. That lines up with SPOOs. Close that gap up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you're going to get another correction in here. There's your 20th, 22nd, 20th right here. It's the same story as your real run in this is probably going to be over here. So, bam, fuck your calls, back up again, back down, back down. Your real trade's over here somewhere for AMD. I shouldn't put that there because your OPEX should be like an all-time high right here. Jackknife down. This is your end of month. This is over here. And you don't actually get the print you're looking for until post August. Like this print you're looking for up here, whatever that is. Like wham, 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 down, 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 and then they're going to stop you from getting up there until after August 31st. This could go straight up to, it could go violence. Maybe to the 12th, right there. Something like this. I'm doing this in 5 minutes. If I had more time, I would check the dates and check the is it a Monday, is it a Tuesday, is it a Friday? But the gist is this right here. You know, hammer you down, stop you from getting above to a new all-time high at the end of the month, and then finally they unclench up there. Does that make sense? So for any of you degenerates, my AMD thing is I'm afraid you're going to come in tomorrow. It's going to be down here. No buyer in the morning, I think. So I'd be like down here tomorrow maybe. Or even be waiting for AMD down here. That CPI print's going to matter. I'm telling you guys, that CPI print, they're going to press it in, I promise you. I'm telling you, they're going to, when we get up to like that 780, I'm thinking too, like the 780 kind of works for like CPI, buffering how hot it's going to be. But I assure you the bear's going to come out for it. I assure you that on any high, if we come into a high on NFP, they're going to use it for liquidity to fucking hedge that CPI print. That NFP is going to be, that's the spot that if you're a bear, that's what I'd be looking for. Huh? CPI has been cold as it's always been? Huh? You fucking out of your mind? Hold on here, guys. Cold as it's always been? Do you guys want to see it? You want to see CPI? I'm going to show you a chart of it. It's fucking mooning. Hold on here. Hold on, I'll show it to you. I mean, we got crazy inflation right now. Hold on here. There's PPI. Yeah, we're going to talk about this right now. You guys are crazy. Like, CPI is like, I'm looking at it right now here in the background. CPI is like CPI is like running hot. So CPI is doing right now, that's why we're going up. We're going up not because of Iran. We're going up because of inflation. Like the CPI and PCE right now is like this. It's cranking on a year-over-year basis. Now what you're getting is monthly reads, and the monthly reads are like this right now. Okay? And the last monthly read, you know where that was? It was down here. So this was the July 14th print was like right here. J14th. Like you're gonna expect when we come into the CPI print, it's gonna be up here. It's gonna be red fucking hot, I guarantee you. I'll make you a bet. I'll shave my head bald on the show if I'm wrong on that. I'll do anything. I'll sell my wife and children if I'm wrong. It's like a 99% chance we're getting a hot read on CPI. Like literally. Like that shit's gonna be hot as fuck. I'll just tell you right now. I get this right every month. Every month I don't fail. Like I'll tell you right now, it'll be hot. They can't even manipulate the numbers on it. It's gonna come in fucking screaming hot. There's like nothing that they can do. Zero. It's so hot right now. It's not even funny. Like we have money sloshing around everywhere. We just had a Japanese intervention in the yen. Like we just had an intervention in the yen. Like we're printing money. Like if we're not printing money, we're not doing QE. We're doing QE in every other way right now. We have money sloshing around for AI right now. We have like literal money. Like private money is creating inflation right now. It's crazy right now. It really is. Inflation is fucking hot. Like the month-to-month stuff, it's gonna come in hot. I mean, I realize what they're trying to do. I get what you're trying. Like I get the idea that. We got a deal coming out right now with Iran, but we have natural inflation. It is the worst kind of inflation you can have. It's like we have like the worst inflation you can have right now. It's like the kind you can't get rid of. You can blunt it with like there are things you can do to blunt it, but a bond market can demand higher rates on shorter end if they want, right? Like 2 years or something like that. They can also demand. They can like the bond vigilantes can come out at the auction for the 3 and 6 month and demand it like just before. That'll drop the market. Even if you don't get the hot print, like the day or two before, they're going to price that in. Even if we don't get a hot read, they're going to price in the hot read. I guarantee it. It's a foregone conclusion. Even if you don't get the hot print, they're still going to want to sell this fucking thing down into that fucking CPI print on fear. And you'll see the bond market do it too. The bond market will come out like they'll come out and they'll just fucking hammer the market with a big green bar, and market's just fucking running down. That CPI is going to come in red fucking hot. Red hot. If I'm wrong, come back and tell me. Like blow me up in the chat or something. Just be like, Cap, you're so fucking wrong. But I'll make two statements here right now. Number one, you're going to see the bond market guaranteed. You're going to get a big fat green bar on the short end, like 2 year, 3 and 6 month. And you get a 3 and 6 month on Monday the 10th. So like you wake up on Monday morning and it's a big fucking green dildo in the 3 and 6 month before you even get to the auction. Like you see a big green bar and they'll demand a higher rate. Market's going to start jackknifing on Monday the 10th. We'll start pricing in the CPI print on Wednesday. So we'll start rolling on Monday. I guarantee it. I fucking promise you. Now, realized volatility and unrealized volatility are two different things. So we'll start dropping on the unrealized volatility, pricing in the hot print into Wednesday. Now, do we jackknife down below that target I gave you? If we get you could say at that point, hey, we're going to look through it because the Iran shit. We're going to use the Iran negotiations to look through it. And if the market believes it, sure, you can shake it off, but it's still going to come in hot, like no matter what. And it's not just Iran; it's like all the other shit that's going on. Like we're starting to get some creep on PPI. We're getting inflation. Like it's like tariffs didn't create inflation, but they're starting to now. So like tariffs are just beginning to start to creep into inflation. The money sloshing around from AI trades in there. There's a ton of greed, and then you've got the greed trade from oil and gas. Luckily, we fucking woodshedded oil and gas, but that's why we're doing the truce. The truce is all about this read. Try to fudge numbers best they can because it's going to be hot as fuck. The last read was so low. Here, let me show you the actual read, like on a chart. Like overlaid, maybe. Like here's CPI services. I'll just show you an insidious one. So like, here's services CPI. Last read, right? I'll just show it to you right here. So like, just look at that blue line right there. Okay, so here we'll get close. We'll look at this together. Okay, so sorry about that. So this is your year over year. That's the red line, okay? That was dragged down by this blue line, your monthly. This fucking thing is gonna go like this. This monthly is gonna go just like this. This monthly is gonna go whammo. You see it right there? And that's gonna drag this year over year read like ripping, bam, right there. And that's fucking 4.2%. No, that's 4.8. 4.8. That's a tightening. And then they're going into, Jackson's Hole. Look at that. That's like that's like a read above 4.2. That's like 4.2, 4.4. And just that one read will make it. That's why I think we're trading higher too. Another reason we're trading so high is because there'll be calls for hikes at that CPI read. This is just services too. This isn't even everything else. Like, that's just services, just pure greed. So I would not take that bet. I mean, I don't think you have to shave your head off. I'll do it just for you, but that's a gimme. Like, I would take that bet all day long. You get what I'm saying? That CPI is going to come in fucking flaming hot. They already know this, so they don't talk about it, but they already know it's going to come in flaming fucking hot. This is why we're negotiating with Iran. They don't give a fuck about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. They just care about dumping oil and gas so that it gets into the data. You know what I mean? Because that shit's already going to be screaming hot. They're going to have to do whatever they possibly can to bring it down as best as they possibly can. So, like, they'll use the excuse for look through this in that time period. I will also expect the war with Iran to start back up as soon as, like, PPI comes out, CPI, PCE. As soon as shit's back off, the fucking truce is off the table again. You'll see gas and oil rip faces off again. And I think I can't be even speaking for Trump right now. I can't stand this motherfucker, but he was chiding oil and gas companies yesterday about their corporate profits. It's all greed. There will be a moment where if that doesn't come out of control, or if we expand the war with Iran, we would go back into that the export controls that we had up until 2015, where you just tell the gas companies, sorry, you're fat as fuck. No. That could do it too. You could have something like that come about if we like invaded Iran. But that shit's gonna be hot as fuck. It's gonna be hot. And you can already see that they're trying to impact that right now with this truce. This truce has everything to do with the CPI print, and that's it. That's it. They're collecting the data right now, and they're going to use that, lower gas prices and lower oil prices to try to blunt that read. And inflation is just raging right now. So it really is. Yeah, I think the biggest driver of the inflation too is it's natural inflation. That's the fucked up part here. That's like the moment he gets through the midterms, that inflation is gonna fucking run like a motherfucker. Like, they can manipulate as much as they're manipulating right now. They're not even fudging the data; they're just manipulating markets to get that read lower. Like, inflation is cranking. It's hot as a motherfucker right now. I'm assuming past midterms, you get like, if they win the midterms, like if Trump gets his way, market's up, right? Everyone's like, well, why is it market up? Like, why does that matter? I mean, it does, but inflation matters for the midterms, though. So he has to manipulate that. Market up, manipulate inflation numbers. But then the other issue here is, when do we start hiking? So if you can keep it under 4.8, 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, 4.7. He might even be forced into, some austerity measures, stuff like that, possibly into the end of the year. But like once he's done with his like if you're saying like inflation is coming down or inflation is low and that kind of stuff, I got a surprise for you. Like about 6 weeks, if they do all this stuff and they win the midterms, and maybe like 6 weeks after celebrating, I would say 6 weeks after the midterms, you would see like a profit taking, and then you would probably see the beginnings of a major hiking cycle. Maybe not as big as 2022, but you'd see one. A couple hikes, 2, 3, 4 hikes, maybe even 5 in the springtime or something, the winter, spring. They chose not to put a hike or 2 on this year, so the longer we take, the bigger the hiking cycle will be. They didn't want to get trapped into a hiking cycle argument. I can see why. I mean, I understand the gamble on that, but my point being is that the longer we put this off, and the more that he doesn't care about it, the closer we're going to get to a hiking cycle. It should be ugly. I think this is all in service of like midterms. But we will pay for it. One way or another, we pay for this. I don't think it kills the bubble either. And I don't think it's going to be a hiking cycle like 2022, where it was like, I think it was until July or something. I think it would be like 1 to 3 months max. You know, like 2, 3 successive hikes, bat it down to like 4%, then 3.5 or something like that. And they run it hot again for the rest of his presidency, or hot enough. And I think you get your bubble until we find out who the next president's going to be. I think if you get a Democrat, bubble pops. If you can get like a moderate or something like that, or a Republican, the bubble can continue. I wouldn't be shocked. This is another thing too I want to talk to you guys about, which is I mean, it's not a big one now, but it's a bigger conversation for later. But I'm interested to see what the pace that we're on with competing with China, and what does that next president look like and their policy, even if they're a Democrat. You might get like a corporate Democrat as president, because of war. Like even if you got a Democrat in the next election, more than likely it's not going to be like an AOC. I don't think you get an AOC. I had hopes for AOC, but I don't think she can win it. In that state, like if we're at war, close to hot war with and Trump has been making comments about Greenland, about how before his presidency is out, we're going to own Greenland. I believe him on that too. I don't think we can. I was talking to a buddy last night. Give me one quick second here. Give me one quick. We should talk about this. Hold on.
SpaceX announced that SpaceX is partnering with NVIDIA.
You know, it's almost like you should be looking at like some kind of a mirror of like FDR. I shit you not. Like we're setting up like an FDR type next
SpaceX
president.
is partnering with NVIDIA to design the Starmind AI-1 satellite compute payload.
You know, this is like a this is something where you start to see rapid job losses. Think about like the New Deal that we had. See, like a New Deal for employment. You're going to war at this point with China. So like, it's not you wouldn't get a Democrat that it wouldn't be what you think it would be. The kind of Democrat you think it's going to be. And I was talking to a buddy last night about it, and or yesterday afternoon we were discussing it. We were discussing like Andrew, right? They're talking about how they can build robots in a minute. I don't know if I should tell
SpaceX
public people like.
Starmind satellites to include NVIDIA Rubin GPUs.
And you look at things like some of these corporate CEOs, they're being public right now. Like they're going public and saying, "I can stop I can build a robot at a Chevrolet plant, okay, instantly, like battle bots and shit." I don't think the U.S. can keep up. I think there's a moment where we cannot keep up with China. So, unlike the Cold War, this looks really like World War II in a lot of ways. It's like when we confronted Russia, it was like a time thing, like where we just waited them out. But the U.S. isn't like that. If the U.S. sees a threat like this, they might attack China. Like, I shouldn't say that, but there's risk that we would attack China because they would pull away from us. So when we were discussing yesterday, my buddy and I, we're discussing some of these tech CEOs saying they can turn this on like instantaneous. That's like old school, like us building ships in World War II. We built more ships than anybody as rapidly as possible. The reason I bring that up too is because this weekend, again, I was out in Detroit, and I haven't been home a lot, and I've been sick. But I was out in Detroit this week, and I don't know like how serious this is. It's way more serious than people think it is. They put their head in the ground and stuff. If you come to Detroit right now, right, it's very abnormal here. It's very abnormal in Detroit. I almost want to stay living here. There's an argument for me to stay here. I was telling my buddy yesterday about this. I was like, I could probably stay in Detroit, and Detroit might become famous sooner than I think. When I drive around the back roads here, they're rebuilding every fucking factory in this town. Every factory in Detroit is being rebuilt. I was out Friday night walking around Detroit, and I saw more men that were like that stereotype, like tall, slim, highly educated, very wealthy. They had the parted hair. They looked like they're from the street, and they were everywhere. And I mean everywhere, like gangs of them. So, like, when the Cold War, we had missiles. We had anti-nuclear missiles buried in the ground in Detroit. Missile pads that would lift up to defend the city. And you have to remember that Detroit is special. It has two waterways. It's got one to service New England and New York, and you have a waterway that goes down with Chicago down to Mississippi. And it's like Detroit has all the things. We have ports close to shipping into Canada for our allies, and it's just freaky as fuck. Like, no one wants to admit that we're at war with China, but like our industrial buildings construction is moon. Our industrial machinery is moon. Our electricity, or our energy production is moon. Like, we're talking like electric, we're talking nuclear, we're talking oil and gas. Like, we're going after Venezuela and Panama and Mexico, USMCA, Iceland, Greenland. All of our partners were demanding that they spend more on defense. If you're not seeing this, I don't know what to say to you. If you ever have a chance, you should come to Detroit for a weekend. It'll freak you the fuck out. Like, when you compare Detroit's comeback to Columbus, Ohio, it is different. It is not the same comeback. When you go to like Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Columbus, they're all kind of similar in how they're being rebuilt, but there's one difference. If you go to Detroit, it's fucking crazy. It's a different kind of rebuilding. It's almost like they're ready to turn the lights on again in Detroit. Like, they're just waiting for that moment. And I was talking to a buddy about it yesterday, and I'm like, if we went to war, like war, or just about to, I would not be shocked to be in Detroit and just start seeing like massive manufacturing, like instantly overnight, because they've already built the fucking factories. They're right here in this town. I've never seen anything like this in my life anywhere. And the idea that Detroit's a burned out husk, I'm sorry, they're building like, and then they're clearing all these houses away to build manufacturing in the ring too. Like, they're removing houses and people, and they're proposing these big giant fucking plants here. And I'm like, why? Is it for the Star Trek version? Because it doesn't look like it. It looks like the military version. It's bizarre. I'm telling you guys, this is like, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but the facts are in the data and the FRED. The FRED shows this. All this data is in the FRED. It's all public information. Just nobody wants to talk about it. Loose lips sink ships and shit. But if you were to come to Detroit right now, it is fucking wild. It is fucking wild here. It's frightening to an extent. the kind of money and the kind of people that are here. They make the decisions. You can just see it. These guys, these aren't automotive engineers. These are big tech, big like robot shit. And it's not for the civilians. It's for military. It's what's going on here in Detroit right now. So, anyways, you start thinking about like the presidency and stuff, or the bubble popping, or in terms of the bubble popping and where we'll be and stuff like that. And Jamie Dimon's talked about this stuff. All your CEOs have all talked about this stuff. Like Dimon was at the Davos, and he said, we're going to be laying people off in finance, and we got to do it slowly. And he talked about truckers as well. So he's like, today we could lay them off today. He's like, you got to do it over the course of like 3 to 5 years, and then you got to retrain them and relocate them. That was his own words. So when you start seeing all these chess pieces on the board, or I see them, and then I'm looking at the data, and I'm like, these fucking guys are setting up for something big, for AGI and for a confrontation with China. And I don't know if they heal or not, or if we attack them or not, or any of that kind of stuff, but it's all there. You can see it. The chessboard is being set, and it's hard to deny that it's there. It's fucking crazy. If any of you are watching the show from Detroit, I beg you to drive the back roads. Not the main streets and the spoke. Like forget like all the like Little Caesars Arena and the like all the cool shit. Drive the back streets of Detroit in the inner rings. Like all the back shitty roads, and it's fucking bizarre to watch all these buildings get built right now in Detroit. It's fucking crazy. There's like a second city being built in Detroit right now. Is Gary, Indiana doing the same thing? I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that at all if Gary, Indiana is doing the same thing. It's very quiet. It's like it's not public. It's not like even the narrative that Detroit's an apocalypse. It's fucking mind blowing. People saying that. I'm like, if you go the first first I don't know 10 miles of downtown Detroit, it looks like any other city, if not better than any other city in some ways. And just the people, like. If you ever have the chance right now to get to Detroit on a weekend in the summer and just like see the people that are here, none of those people belong here. Those people can live in LA, they can live in New York, they can live in Chicago, they can live fucking Vail, they can live in Miami. So why are they here? It's not Benzinga. These people, and they're in masses of them, like masses. I was out Friday, I saw probably 4,000 people that shouldn't belong downtown. It's like these people don't belong down here. you know what I mean? These are the decision makers. So, highly educated, highly intelligent, highly paid. And I wear suits I wear outfits that cost me $1,000. I wear suits that cost me $5,500, $5,grand a piece. These guys are wearing $10,000-$15,000 suits, packs of them. And I wear fucking nice shit. Like I wear $500 shoes, regularly. Like I have pairs and pairs and pairs of $500 shoes. These guys have like $800,000, $2,000 shoes they're sporting. That's what I saw this weekend. I was blown away by it. It's not just like the financial district of Detroit. These guys, you can tell who these guys are. These guys are decision makers. I was talking to my buddy yesterday. He was like, well, if you stayed in Detroit, you'd be the only Detroit finance streamer in Detroit. You'd be the premier guy. I'm like, yeah, but I'd be dead in a week. Like they fucking nuked Detroit and I'm gone. Woo! I got fucking famous. Fucking bye-bye, Jim James. There's your 1 minute of fame, bro. That's some pretty bad black humor, right? The cancer didn't get him, but the nuclear bomb did. Just grindy in here. It's not cheap anymore. There's no such thing as cheap in Detroit. There's no more cheap land in Detroit. A burned out husk of a house will cost you $135,000 today. Maybe On the super low end, 75,000. Those days are gone. Gone. Detroit's not like that anymore. Those days are over. All the old sayings about Detroit are gone. You guys got to come to Detroit and see it. It's just not what you think it is. They have like raves every night of the week. Like they have EDM dance parties, like 10 of them going on. We have more partying. There's more partying going on in Detroit than Boston. There's more money being spent. I shit you not. I go all over the city, all over the country. Detroit is like banging right now. Rooftop bar parties, fucking Cybertrucks driving around everywhere. I'm like, who the fuck's driving a Cybertruck in Detroit? They're everywhere. There's money here. There's a lot of money here right now, and a lot of people that don't belong here. And the way that we're like, we should be recovering like Columbus. Columbus is great, but you can tell a difference. Smack it up there. Slap that fucking high. Slap that 775, baby. Telling you guys. So when I got here, right? I got here at the literal, like the bottom. I got here at the bottom. Like, or not the bottom, but I got here like, if Detroit was like this, I got here like right here. And this is like the bad. And this is the apocalypse is bad. I got here like right here. So I've seen it all happen, unfold in front of my eyes. Where you could still buy a $500 house or $15 house. You could buy a mansion for like 35, 50K at that point. $1 million mansions still for like 35, 50K. Those days are over. They're raising houses. Now they're selling land to like big corporations, like big tracts of land and shit. They just finished the fucking Gordie Howe Bridge to get to Canada. You know, move logistics and stuff. That just got completed. It's pretty wild. I need to get some fucking puts here. I'm actually gonna get puts in this close. I'm getting puts in this close here. I'm gonna try to get 70s, trade them down to like 65 or 67 tomorrow. What do we got tomorrow? We got we got ISM services. So you could probably take this thing downtown for like 10 a.m. or something. We'll close the puts down at 9:45. Let's see if we can get some puts in this bell here. We'll try to catch them after the close. Right in here. 4:15. If we can catch a spike on AMD up here, and then catch some puts for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Let's draw this in here, PT1. Or PT, what? PT69, we've had so many highs. PT69. Detroit's great. If you guys ever want to come to Detroit, if you guys ever want to come in for a weekend, buy a ticket 2-3 months down the road, I'll meet you in Detroit. We'll hang out. I'll drive you around all the places and show it all to you. And this is the stuff that nobody's looking at. Like all the back streets, all the back old school back industrial lots, manufacturing lots. And I'm willing to wager from what some of these CEOs have said about their robots that they'll snap their fingers and start building that shit here in Detroit. Yeah, and its heyday, it was one of the most populous cities too. I think it was like one of the most. I think it was the most populous city at one point, even more than New York. Like Detroit's crazy. They have like I gotta answer this. Hold on, guys.
1 minute remaining for the market on close imbalance.
Right, hang tight. I got to do one more thing here, okay? I got to walk with my film. Hold on here because I got to get it to the doctor tonight. I think tonight or hand deliver it in the morning. Hey, can you do me a favor and
10 seconds.
can you do me a favor and call the cancer
Market on
doctor?
close imbalance. S&P 500 at sell side 4.5 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 3.7 billion. Dow 30 sell side 351 million. Mag 7 sell side 618 million.
No problem. Can you find out which doctor office I need to hand deliver the MRI film to by morning? Does he want me to bring it out to Commerce City, or does he want to bring it to the Detroit office? Whatever he wants. So that he can immediately look at it, and if I need immediate emergency surgery, we're just moving right along. I know that they're there today, but can you ask them where they'll be tomorrow morning so that I can hand deliver it? I won't have it until 7 p.m. They'll be closed. Thank you. All right. Just call their office and say, where does it want me to hand deliver it? Commerce City or Detroit? It's an easy question. Thanks. Bye.
So a reminder, in 10 minutes time, we're expecting SpaceX Q2 2026 earnings, estimated EPS, a loss per share of 24 cents, estimated revenue 6.81.
Am I the only person that owns SpaceX in here? I own 100 shares of it. I sold calls on it, closed them out, and that low. I told you that on the show about a week ago. I do own SpaceX, only 100 shares, though, not a ton. I'm in it for the long game, though. I don't care where it goes. I just add and add and add and add and add. I don't care if it's going to zero. I don't care if it's going to $10. I'm here for the ride. I want to say I own SpaceX from day one. I'm here for the ride. Why don't you wait until it's $10? I want to be a part of it. I want to say I'm in. That's it. It's that simple. It's just like Tesla. I took the ride for Tesla. I loved it. I loved every fucking moment of riding Tesla. It was awesome. Congratulations for having 5 shares. 5 shares is fine. You don't even need to add much. You get an extra $100 or something. Just throw it into Robinhood, buy a share. You don't do shit. You just hold it for a long, long, long. They're gonna split it fucking 10 times. It's a 20-year hold, so you're gonna look back on this and you're not even gonna think about $100. You're gonna think about $200. You're not gonna think about it's gonna go to 10 eventually, a couple times. Don't even worry about it. Scoop up a whole bunch down there. Ride it. It's not going fucking zero. It's not going bankrupt. If they merge some super company, you're gonna get paid off. It's gonna be awesome. You're gonna love it when you're bored and stuff. You're gonna be bored in a lazy summer, and there's gonna be cool shit to learn, and it's all awesome sauce. I'm not interested in taking profit. None of that. I'm in it. I'm in it forever. Not ever, but like 5-10 years or something like that. I'd reevaluate in like 5 or 10 years. Just accumulate. I've read back on too many times on these companies. Like we're going into AI right now, so I went back and looked at the 2001 Yahoo boards, and then I went back and looked at the Reddit boards from 2007, 2008, and those same fucking clowns were back then. They're still in the market today. Amazon's going to go bankrupt. Apple's going bankrupt. Tesla's going bankrupt. You can fucking name it. Same. I'll just buy it when it gets cheaper. They never did. They're still here today. It's fascinating to go back in those days. Like, it's fascinating to go back and read the commentary. I went through it recently with October 12th, I think, of 2022. I got fucking lambasted. People were like, I'm not buying this. It's gonna go deeper. This is not the bottom. We haven't fucking looked back from that date. We've fucking mooned since that fucking October 12th, 2022. It's been fucking baller. Just get in, buy SpaceX. I own Space. It's great coffee talk. It's great cooler talk. It's great holiday talk. Kind of like the fall. People are like, what do you own, man? Oh, I got Meta. I got SpaceX. I got fucking Snap. I got this shitco. I've got they're not really a shitco. I got Azio. I'm looking at what I own right now. I started buying Azio earlier this year. I've been buying them for like a year now. And any of the lows, like $1, $1-ish, 30 cents, 50 cents, $1.20. They're an AI. And I hate data centers, but they are an AI data, or they're an AI data center company out of Texas.
Q2 2026.
You know, they get scooped up. You know, they get bought in a fucking buyout or something. Consolidating AI companies. I'm gonna be fucking rich. Can't wait. That's actually one you guys should be looking at. They're almost ready to be bought. How about this? I'm gonna tell you guys something here, okay? Like Thursday, I said it on Twitter yesterday. Like I said, don't buy. We bought Azio on Friday. They got dumped on. Try Wednesday low, or maybe like Wednesday close. Set an alarm on your phone at home. Wednesday close or Thursday open. I want to see if we can buy a swing low at like $1.30, maybe $1.30 or something like that. Or at least we'll check on it. So I want to buy that one again. And it's cheap as fuck. I think right now it's $1.45. So you can own like fucking thousands of shares, and there's not many shares. I think there's 200,000 or 300,000 shares available or something like that. It's ripped like 2 or 3 times since I've owned it. It's printed like 200-300% a couple times. It's a AZIO. I used to buy it under a different ticker. It was called EVTV. Now it's called AZIO. They're an AI holdings company. They started out as an EV company for EVs, but then they merged with or decided, fuck it, we're going to start buying GPUs and buying land for data centers. So they're either going to get bought out or they're going to expand. And they're doing it in Texas, which has fuck tons of free land. So check those guys out. AZIO. They're hard to find information about since their merger. I spent some time researching them again a second time after the merger, and I've struggled with getting a bunch of information on the company. But I think it has more to do with the merger than anything, consolidating the company and stuff like that. I love them. AZIO. Dirt cheap if you're a poor trader, you want to own something. They don't have any options on it, but you can short it. It depends on your brokerage. Some brokerages you have to have margin to short. But other brokerages, I think you can actually loan your shares out to short. It depends on what your brokerage is, but if you have a brokerage that can loan shares out to short, that's even better. You're just getting paid to loan the shares to people. So if you can get a good broker that'll allow you to do that, that's clutch too, because there's no options in this shit. No shit. That's crazy, Nino. That's fucking crazy. I worked for Marriott when they were doing when they used to own all their properties and their hotels. And it was like every last man standing basically in the company as managers. And I should have stuck with that company for my career, and I didn't. I fucked up. I'd be very wealthy today. The people that I was with then that stayed with them are all coming to retirement age right now. Next 5-10 years, they're all fucking filthy rich. They got all the stock splits. I think it's spun and split off like 5 different ways and times and shit.
Surely expecting SpaceX Q2 2026 earnings.
All right, here we go, boys and girls. We got AMD up here. Here's my SpaceX. Fuck yeah, $126. Rip some fucking faces off, bro. Print me print me $166. No. I'll take 136, 140. No. I'll take 147 today on SpaceX. Give me 147. 145. Yeah, give me 152.27. Gimme. Give me 152 on SpaceX after the bell, please. Don't make me cry on the show. I gotta get some calls here and get some 0 dates. You're gonna moon right now. Nice green candle right there.
SpaceX shares close higher by 9.4% ahead of earnings.
Still not seeing here. I'm watching AMD in the background and I'm watching SpaceX. Don't count any weakness in AMD out just yet.
S&P 500 closes at first record since June.
I am long 0 day calls right now. I'm gonna try to get some puts at the bell at 4:15.
So again, S&P 500 and Dow Jones Industrial Average notch record high closes.
Nice green candle. Switch to a market order to sell.
SpaceX revenue 7.8 billion, a beat on the estimate of 6.81 billion.
Traded 127.87 there. Come on, print 150. Still weakness in AMD. 127.87. $128 on SpaceX. $128.37, $128.43, $129, $129.71. Just think if you bought SpaceX and I told you a few minutes ago you'd be rich. 130.55 right now, 130.60.
Of a loss of 2.39 billion.
130.93 right now on SpaceX. SpaceX up 2% after the bell right now. Coming back down again.
Adjusted EBITDA 3.5.
Still long 0 day calls.
$2 billion.
SpaceX giving it all back at the moment. If you have never joined us, please check us out on tradethetrigger.com. We have a Discord. We've got memberships. We've got tools, all kinds of cool shit.
A miss on the estimate of $18.58 billion.
Yeah, segment operating loss 1.6 billion. The estimate was 2.39 billion.
So SpaceX Starlink subscribers 12 million, a miss on the estimate of 12.19 million. So a reminder, in 10 minutes time, expecting AMD earnings EPS $1.62, estimate revenue $11.31 billion.
Give me just one more tick up there. One more tick. A little bit more, a little bit more. I'm getting out right here. Not yet. Right in here. A little bit more pumpy. I might have to get out here. Come on, one more pump.
Loss per share of 9 cents, which is a beat on the estimate of the loss per share of 20
I'm out.
cents.
Flat. Now looking to switch to puts on the bell at 414.
Net loss attribute to holders $541 million.
This is AMD trying to trade 558.
Total costs and expenses $7.96 billion. R&D expenses $3.55 billion, which is a miss on the estimate of $4.39 billion.
You ready to buy puts?
AI segment total revenue $2.56 billion, a beat on the estimate of $2.08 billion. Space segment net sales $962 million, a beat on the estimate of $873.7 million. Connectivity segment revenue $4.29 billion, a beat on the estimate of $3.88 billion.
770s. Oof. Those are expensive as fuck. Who puts are juicy for tomorrow.
Adjusted EBITDA $2.6 billion, which is a beat on the estimate of $2.41 billion.
What do I have down here? 70s? Yeah, those are $1.45. This is 67 down here. This is Tuesday, Wednesday morning.
Segment adjusted EBITDA loss $205.
That'll be a little bit farther over, a little bit over
Adjusted
there.
EBITDA loss $205
So
million.
767.
So that was a beat on the estimated loss of $409.9 million.
Those are 77 cents. We're going to put a very small trade here on. 767p. Don't open them until 7
And
or
the
until
market launches
4:14.
38.
You got to wait till like 1 minute before the bell. Set the trade up if you want. Five minutes left. They were 77 cents a minute ago. They're now 79, 78.
Expecting AMD second quarter earnings, estimated EPS.
I don't own them yet, but
62 cents, estimated revenue $11.31 billion.
hoping for I was hoping for a spike up here to get them up here. Like something just right up there like that, like wham, wham, wham. They're back down to 77. Come on, give me a discount.
SpaceX shares fall 2% after Q2 earnings report. They're holding my man down. They're holding down a SpaceX right now. I like how SpaceX doesn't move the fucking needle on the market. They're included in the indexes, but they don't fucking move a needle on the indexes. Oh, this is weird. We're going down right now, and puts are getting cheaper. That's odd. Puts are getting cheaper in these red bars right now. Anybody noticing this? Puts are getting cheaper as we're going down with these red candles. SpaceX bleeding pretty bad right now. Yeah, they're 77 cents right now again. So I was just watching the puts to buy them. They were 77 cents right here. They're 77 cents right here. Means nobody wants puts. No interest. I think everybody's on the wrong side of the fucking game on this. I'm going to start loading here. Well, not loading. I'm going to do 10 of them. Oh. Sorry. I wasn't on my fucking thing. I thought it was on my I thought I had the 10 in here. Hold on. So I got some puts for tomorrow. If I can get rid of them at like 10:30 or open 10 a.m., something like that, I will. If we get down to like 70 or lower in the morning, I'll dump them then too. I don't need to hold them to 667. Just need to get the. There's no value in these things, so we just have to have the plunge. So I got some puts here for tomorrow. We can get a little bit of a pullback tomorrow. Two minutes left to close. I'd be fucking pissed if I got a big green bar here. I'd fucking rage. We got like a big green bar right here. I'd be so fucking mad. I will buy another fucking 10 if that happens.
I think make some money tomorrow on the puts. I don't think anybody's made any money in puts, have they?
Shortly expecting AMD Q2 earnings.
AMD just bleeding right now. Okay, I got the puts. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I got to tell you guys something before I leave here. Right now, I am leaving to go get an MRI, an emergency MRI. I have to hand deliver in the morning the film. I don't know what I'm talking about. First time in my life doing this, so I don't know what I'm doing. I got to deliver film in the morning. So I'm assuming I'm going to leave here at 7:30 in the morning, 8:30 in the morning. I should be back by 9:30 for the open for the show. The only thing that I want to tell you is the doctor will look at him tomorrow, and from what I understood, whoa!
Adjusted EPS $1.66 a beat.
Keep going down.
$1.62.
Yes.
12.7 billion, 230.
Yes, give me a red bar.
In line with the estimates of 12.51 billion. That's for
Stay down there.
Adjusted operating income 3.09 billion. A beat 3.01 billion. Revenue 11.54 billion. A beat on the estimate of 11.31 billion. Adjusted operating margin 27%. A beat on the estimate of 26.
Yeah, they're just closing the gap right now, boys and girls. It's probably going to come right back.
298.6 million. R&D expenses 2.53 billion. A beat on the estimate of 2.45.
Let me show you this really quick. Don't go too crazy here with AMD.
Statement says, as we
They have a giant gap to close here. This thing whipsaw right back up again. So just a note to you out there.
Expanding munitions production. So again, as he says, as we grow defense production, we'll issue more to allies.
So if you... I called those two goddamn trades fucking dope. If this stuff holds up. I called that fucking trade almost near fucking perfect. That fucking thing was perfect. Not so perfect in here, but that's perfect right there.
Around 7% of post the earnings.
Now, I want to tell you guys something. Like, I was under the impression. I'll keep it short.
NBC's Q3 adjusted gross margin about 56%, a miss on the estimate of 52%.
God damn.
Voice news disconnected.
Okay, so I was under the impression that I was going to see I was under the impression I was going to see a surgeon yesterday, and that I was scheduling cut this fucking thing out. He looked at all the shit and he was like, "I want to see more." So he's like, "Not only that, we have to get it out of you no matter what, or start chemo and radiation." And that was not the impression that I was under. I got that news yesterday, and I said, "What do you mean chemo and radiation?" And he was like, "Well." He's like, they may not have biopsied it enough. He's like, I want to go in there. He's like, I want to get an MRI to see the whole entire thing, make sure it isn't anything else. I can't tell in the CAT scan. I was like, okay. So he's like, I want an emergency MRI. Then he's like, that MRI will tell me a lot, he said. So that could open the door to a second biopsy. And then either a surgery or some kind of radiation and chemotherapy. Now, if I get radiation chemotherapy, I can work. The doctor visits will slow down. I'd have like 2 days of being sick every 2 weeks. It would take me 6 to 9 months to get over this. If it's good, a good read, like, hey, there's nothing in there. It didn't cut through. It's not attached to anything else. We can just cut this fucking thing out. You could see me in like emergency surgery in like the next few days, next week. Maybe before this week is out. If that's the case, it would be like 1 or 2 down days at most. And then I'm like, lump free, everything is gone, I'm good to go. But I just wanted you to be aware around here. Like if you see me like missing or like don't show up right away. And if I'm in any operating rooms or anything, I'll take pictures of the equipment so you believe that it's me. If there's anybody out there doubting this, please do not doubt this. It's very like the unknown unknowns, the no information, all that kind of shit. It's really bad for me in my head. So, stick with me. There won't be any like Jim James gone for 4 weeks or any of that kind of stuff, or 2 weeks or a week. But there are going to be weird things like moments like this because of the rush we're in. where I'm like, oh my God, I can't be here for an hour. Or maybe I got some bad fucked up news or I feel sick or something where I can't be on stream. If you could just bear with me for like the next week or two. I know it's been like a long ass 6 weeks, and I really appreciate the support out there. More than you ever know. So I just want you to know that I got to go do that today. And I got to give this fucking film that'll tell them if it's really bad or not. And they don't know if it's really bad yet. They thought they did, but now they don't. And every fucking doctor I talk to, it's like, this one doctor's got this knowledge set, and the next doctor's got more knowledge set, and the next doctor's like, I got all the knowledge set, so we're going to do this and this and this. So I just want you to know out there where I'm at with that stuff, okay? I don't think there's going to be anything terrible or bad, or it'll be something that takes years and years and years to really fuck me up, I think. So, like, worst case scenario, they're going to cut all of it out, and I'm going to attach my colon to my rectum. Good news is my rectum, not my colon. It's not my colon. It's not up inside of my fucking small intestines, large intestines, any of that shit. Cool? Yeah, and I got a strong, I take care of myself. I really do. Truthfully, I take care of myself. I know you guys think I don't, but I do. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't never smoke weed. I eat gummies sometimes. I do drink some bourbon and stuff, but they've looked me all over. All my organs look great. All my blood tests look great. Even if it does try to fucking kill me, I really do take care. I know you don't think I do. Like, why is he doing this late at night or whatever? I don't sleep a ton. I work my ass off. I party hard. I dance hard. Someone the other day said to me, "Do you do any cardio?" I dance like for 4 hours twice a week. I lift weights, but I do a lot of cardio stuff. I mean dancing, like techno shit. Like I dance. Like I'm the guy in the place where you're like, oh my God, that guy's a good dancer. I'm that guy. So I'm very active in I ski, I hike, a bike, I surf, I swim. I just went swimming 3 weeks ago all day long out in the middle of a big fat lake, swimming around, diving over, all that kind of stuff. So I'm pretty strong guy. So anyways, so don't worry too much. Don't get freaked out or anything like that. But I got to run around tonight after the show, and then I got to run around in the morning. And the patience, whatever patience you're giving me right now, thank you. I really need that patience right now, that help. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning, okay? Later. Hey, thanks for all the well wishes. I can see him on the chat right now. Love you guys. Over here, like crying in the background and shit.